Quarter. I'm Natasha McCarthy. I'm here for the next 4 hours with a lovely guest, and we're going to be making this fabulous skirt. But at 11 o'clock, just so that you know the time, because I know we've been teasing with you all week, we've got this coming up at 11 o'clock. There it is. This is our fabulous Michael Miller Colour Me In fabric. So if you are up for a bit of that, that's 11 o'clock. Not to be missed. But this hour, we've got a beautiful Vogue pattern in this lovely skirt here. Gorgeous. Here we go. Let's have a closer look at that. There we are. Look at this. It looks like lace, but it isn't lace. When is lace not lace? When it is an in-print design. And look at this, all printed on. Very, very clever. Absolutely stunning material here. And it just is going to be beautiful to work with. It's entirely cotton, 100% cotton. This is printed on. This is not stitched on. No, it's printed. Absolutely stunning. So we're going to be working with this beautiful, delicate fabric and creating this skirt. Now, I wonder, who could be with us this hour to talk us through this? Well, let's go and have a look, because here we go. Oh, that's a beautiful blue one. Nice. I like that one. We've got Rebecca Reid. Hello.
Hi.
How are you? Now, for those of you that have not met you, you work on our sister magazine, Simply Sewing.
I do. Yeah, I'm the technical editor of Simply Sewing magazine. So it's my job to make some of the projects and write all the instructions. So I do all the sewing side of it.
So you are good at the step-by-step.
Yes, how to do this.
Down.
Yeah, cut it up, make it back. Sew back together again, how to do it. Yeah, that's my job.
Excellent.
Perfect job.
Exactly.
Who wouldn't want my job?
And we've got you on the show today doing
Yes.
exactly what you do best for us here, which is excellent. So we've got this pattern here, which is the beautiful Vogue skirt. We're going to make 2 variations of it because we've got you for 2 hours.
Yeah, the pattern comes, I mean, you can see from the picture, there's 3 variations, but really there's 2. It's a curved front. So the one that we're going to be making this morning is flatter at the front and curved at the edges. And then we're going to do the second variation at 10 o'clock, which is got a panel down the middle. They're basically made in the same way.
But different.
Same but different. Same but different.
We like same but different.
Yes.
So we're doing A this hour and then BC.
Yes,
at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, using different fabrics, and then I'm going to explain different techniques to you.
Lovely.
So that we've got time to go into things in depth.
So basically, if you are looking to start dressmaking, doing all these sorts of things, then they are your hours 8 and 10 today, because that's when we're going to be going into the nitty-gritty of dressmaking, inserting things like zips and stabilised waistbands and lining and things like that. So I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to make this skirt, it's best to watch both hours. Okay. So step away from the elasticated waistband.
Yes, this.
We're going
and
one
also
step
I'm
up.
going to show you how to fit it as well.
Oh, even better.
Even better. Because nobody's the perfect size or the average size, are they?
We're all perfectly sized.
Everyone has a waist that's, you buy clothes, but they never fit exactly at your hips and waist.
No.
That's rubbish. So, but this skirt is really easy to adjust to fit you.
Awesome. Where do we start?
Well, what we do to start with is you open your pattern, and inside you'll have some instructions, which Natasha's going to show you.
You can grab the pattern, it's £12.95.
You get an instruction sheet like this, and you get all the paper patterns.
Which you've had a good old
Which
chop
I
at,
have cut out already. So when you go through your pattern, you work out your size. Don't worry about whether it says whether you're an 8 or a 16 or a 20, whatever. Just do your measurements.
You know, we've had this discussion before, because going into shops, in some shops I'm a 10, in some I'm a 12, and in others I'm a 14.
Yeah, it's just...
Some that I will never go back to ever again, a 16. And so, and so it varies. This is just a number. This is just so that you then take that number that correlates to your waist or your hip, and you then just take that number through.
And on the pattern, it tells you your waist measurement, your bust, which won't count obviously with here, and your hips. So measure yourself first, and then decide your size. And it doesn't matter what size that is. Just make the right size, and then it will work. Don't just go, oh, I'm a 12, I'm going to make a 12, because in this one you might not be.
Yeah. It's all different. So that's the key, isn't it? That's the very basic starting point where people can fall down. Is go, oh, but I'm this size and that. Just take the actual measurement. Measurement is truthful.
And the pattern comes in 2 sizes as well. That's what you have to remember.
Okay.
So you either buy the smaller one, which is size 6 to 14.
Right.
Or you buy the other one, which is 14 to...
More.
Yes. Can't remember for now. So you just need to decide. So if you think you're a 14, buy the bigger one.
So this one's going up to a 14, which is a waist measurement of 28 inches and a hip measurement of 38 inches. If you are bigger than that, buy the next size up.
Yeah.
There you go. That makes it easy, doesn't it?
Right. And then in the pattern, it will tell you how much fabric to buy and how to cut it out. Okay. So when you come to buy your fabric, the pattern, you have a look on the pattern. It will tell you how much to buy, depending on your size.
Nice. So here we go. You can see this is your 14 there, and we've got bust 36. Doesn't matter because we're not doing that today. Waist 28, hips 36 there, 38 rather.
Yeah.
There you go. So that's the biggest size that this pattern goes to. If you're bigger than that, get the next size up. And then it just tells you down here how much fabric you're going to need.
Yeah. So just look on that and work it out. So once you've bought your fabric, you then need to cut it out. So you just cut out the pattern pieces following the lines, and it tells you everything you need to know in the instructions. And then you're ready to start. So
did you pick this fabric because of the contrasting colours working so well with it?
I mean, what's nice about it is it's the same colour, but just different tones. So with this one, the sort of the side bits that go down here stand out, and that's really fashionable at the moment because it gives an illusion. The side darker bits disappear, and the front bit shows up. So it makes you look about that much smaller than you really are.
Nice.
Which is the theory behind it, isn't it?
$5.45 per half a metre. This fabric is.
That's not bad.
Which is absolutely beautiful. Given the intricacy of that print on there, of that design on there, absolutely exquisite. I think it's bodycon dresses, the two-tone bodycon dresses. If you're not brave enough for a bodycon dress, because let's face it, they're a little bit unforgiving. This is keeping with that fashion trend, but having something that's gentler, more flattering. Yeah, and
it looks like something you would buy on the high street, but because it's fully lined and it's lined in pure cotton as well, it has a really nice weight to it.
Yes.
And that's great about an A-line skirt, because A-line skirts aren't supposed to sit on your waist, they're supposed to sit just here, sort of on your hip bone. And when you have an A-line skirt, because it sits down, it needs the weight to pull it down. And so because this is fully lined, it just sits better.
Nice. So let's give you the details of the darker of the two fabrics that we've used, which is the burgundy, which is coming right. Look at that.
It looks like a lace that's printed onto fabric.
It's so delicate. Look at that. So that's your brushed lace in burgundy, and that's the pattern that's on there. It's
that's the contrast fabric.
It's just beautiful. So here we go. $5.45 per half a metre, and you'll find all of these on the website underneath the live feed for the show. The whole shop.
And on the envelope it will tell you how much main fabric to be, and the main fabric is the lighter one, and it will tell you how much contrast fabric you need, which is the darker one. So you just order what you need from that.
Excellent. Let's get going.
And then get going. So once you've opened your pattern, you've cut your pattern pieces out, you've pinned them on, which we haven't got time to do, so I've done that in advance.
We showed that yesterday. We showed how to pin your patterns onto fabric yesterday.
And the pattern instructions will tell you how to do that, so that's easy. The next thing you need to do is join all the panels together.
Right.
So the front of the skirt is made from one flat panel that goes across your tummy, and then a panel that goes all the way around the edge, and then the back is made in the same way, but obviously half of it because the zip is in. So I'm going to show you how to join together. If I lay it that way, this is the back of your skirt. Okay. So as you can see, this is the side of the skirt here. And that's the straight edge that the zip will go in eventually.
Right, okay.
So to get this curved look, you've got to join this to this. Okay. Right. Now
I'm already having kittens because it's curved.
Well, what you do to start with, which it tells you in the instructions, is you work a line of stay stitching. Now,
What's a stay stitch?
Well, stay stitch is, as it sounds, it just keeps the fabric still. It stops it, because it's on a curve, the fabric will stretch. It stops it stretching too much out of shape. Now, what you do is you work this line of stitching just 2 or 3 millimetres inside your seam allowance.
So you won't see it.
Yes, so our seam allowance for this is 1.5 centimetres or 5/8 of an inch. So you would do this 12 millimetres, or just a tiny bit inside, and it just keeps it still.
Okay.
You quite often use it on necklines to stop that stretching out of shape.
And is that anywhere that you're on the bias and it
yeah,
can
and
bend
something might stretch, and it just gives it a bit of stability. So you just work a line of stitching. Now on the pattern there are little notches, which there are various ways of marking notches in a pattern. I snip just the edge of the fabric.
Yeah.
Just a tiny bit, nothing that will go into the seam, but then you can easily see. So when you work your stay stitching, you go, oh, where's my notches? And you just...
From notch to notch.
Pull it like that. Can you see it? And then you can see. So then you stitch that on. Now you need to pin it on here. So in order to... Oh, that's my scissors. To help it curve around this curve, we're going to clip it. So just clip it up to the stitches.
So if you go up to the stitches, you know you're not actually going to go as far as your final seam.
If you clip these, it doesn't really matter, to be honest, because you're not going into the seam. I mean, these are quite a good way of showing you that not to go too far.
Yeah.
If you do cut into those, it doesn't matter because...
You've still got
you definitely mustn't cut outside them.
Okay, so don't go beyond.
No. So, now we've done that. That will help. So, we now put it... Oh, I'm going to have to do it this way so I can see what I'm doing.
Oh, no, do. Absolutely. We've got the cameras for that.
You put it right sides together. Now, the way I do this, it seems I've made quite a few of these now. So I know how...
In your technical capacity.
Yes, having made quite a few of these now, is put one at the bottom.
Yeah.
And then find your little notch, and there's a little notch on here as well.
Corresponding notch.
Which I marked with a pin earlier.
We decided
so I could find
yesterday that dressmaking is a bit like a jigsaw, and you just got to find the pieces that match and that go together.
And because those notches are there, let's take that one out for now. That's great.
So as long as you work your pattern to your best advantage and make sure that you transfer all the marks and the notches.
Yeah, and the best, I mean, some people do it with a little bit of tailor's chalk, or some people put a tacking stitch. I just make a little snip because then you can just pull it. So there's another notch here on this side, and then match up there.
Excellent.
So now all you've got your stable point. So if you're doing anything in dressmaking where you're sewing pieces together, match all the bits that are right. Sometimes it's the centre, sometimes it's notches, sometimes it's edges, but match those first. Right, now we can then pin between them. Now...
Yeah, because if you tried to do it the other way,
it would, it'd be awful. And sometimes
that's where I've always gone wrong.
If pieces are shaped, you'll find you need to give them a little pull sometimes to get them the same length. This is fine, but you can then see whether you need to give it a little yank. So, because we know that's in the right place, we know that's in the right place, so we'll just pin between them.
So we've had a message from Sonia and a message from Emma. Good morning, up early. What you doing up early? They actually set their alarm.
Learning how to sew a skirt. So now
it's important.
This bit now, where I've cut these, this is the tricky bit. So we've now got this, and because I've cut these notches, it will now spread.
Yes.
So can you see how it's spread?
That's what you want now.
Yes, because it wouldn't go round otherwise.
Right.
So once you've spread it, make sure you match up the raw edges.
So that's the key.
You've got to match those raw edges, otherwise you won't be using the same seam allowance.
Right.
And when you then press it afterwards, it won't lie flat. So it's really important. You just give it a little pull. Can you see?
Yeah.
And then you match it up. Ba-da-ba-dum. There we go. Excellent. So now I'm going to sew it.
So this pattern, £12.95, you get 3 different variants within that pattern. We're going to be doing 2 of those for you today. 1 this hour and then 1 again at 10 o'clock. So if you are into your dressmaking, if you're looking to get into your dressmaking, then we have the fabulous technical editor from Simply Sew. Now, if she can't break it down, then nobody can. No pressure.
No pressure, in theory.
Yes. But then we come live on air, and you know.
Yeah.
So the fabrics that we've chosen today are perfect for this. And actually, I love the extra intricacy that you get from the printed pattern on this design. It's not woven in there. It's not. it's not actually lace, but it looks like it. So it looks like you've worked with a fabric that is far more delicate than it actually is. It gives that illusion, which is absolutely stunning. So we've looked at all sorts of different colours here. We've got 2 burgundy, and then we've got a really rich blue, and then we've got a very, very delicate blue as well. This is the royal blue that we're looking at here. And again, all of these, £5.45 per half a metre here. One YMJC03, half a metre here for your brushed lace fabric in royal blue. Nice. So we've gone round.
Yeah, we are. I'm just at the end now. Just going
Forward
backwards.
and back.
Forward and back's at the end. Right. So. So now they're sewn together. I'll show you from that side because you can see the seam.
Can we also show where we had that stay stitch? Look, so the stay stitch was there, and we've come in a couple of mil beyond it so that you will never see that stitch.
And a way you can do this is, if you can swing your needle on your machine, is set your machine to its seam allowance, line it up with the 5/8 of an inch or 1.5 centimetres.
Swing your needle?
Yes, and then you can, most machines, you can move the needle slightly left or right.
Oh, yes, you can do
so
that.
if you line up the raw edge with the normal seam allowance you would use, and then
Yes.
just swing the needle
Okay.
to the right,
Yes.
then you won't have to think about reducing the seam allowance.
On a lot of machines, that is stitch number 1 and 2, or 0, 0
Yeah.
and 1. You'll have one that's aligned to the left and one that's aligned to the middle.
And it just means, and that slight swing, some machines, the one I've got at home is, you can change it very like millimetre by millimetre.
Yeah.
That's because it's a really nice one. But with others, if you just swing it over a bit, then you can follow the seam allowance that's marked on your machine, and that just makes it a bit easier.
Perfect. It's these little tricks, isn't it? It's these little things that I wouldn't have ever even thought of.
So now we've sewn it.
Yes.
Then what you would do
Yes.
next is, it's very important, we don't want this to fray because it won't fray much because it's cotton, but you don't want it to fray because you'll have all loose threads coming out. So you can either work a machine zigzag along each edge, that will do it, but I don't do that because that takes ages. So I use pinking shears. And the great thing about pinking shears, have you ever bought old like vintage dresses from charity shops, or if you ever have, they've always got their edges pinked.
Oh, really?
Because that's how they did it.
And still years on, still perfect.
And they're still perfect. And it just looks lovely. So, before you press it open...
See, I'm the wrong size for vintage. Too tall. Too
have a
tall,
look
too big.
sometime. Vintage clothes always have their edges pinked because that's how they did it. And it doesn't fray. And
so pinking shears, $14.95 for your pinking shears.
Yeah, and once you've got a pair, if you don't actually own a pair, you will use them all the time. Because lots of things you think, oh, that won't fray, it'll be fine. But because you just give it a quick pinked edge, it looks nice.
I've already pinked this morning. I put my
Have you?
hand up to that. Yep.
They are
and
wonderful
I tell you why,
things.
because I'm making a cushion later, and when I was cutting out, I wanted a straight edge, and I was in a rush this morning, and as I was just doing it at 4:45 this morning, and so I just snipped the edge and then just ripped the fabric along the thing, so then pinked.
And also, when you trim the seam that's at this curve, it's important to reduce it a bit because you don't want too much bulk. It doesn't matter about here and here, but you don't want too much in there.
Okay.
So now what you can do is press the seam open.
Would you like us to do that?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Because we'll show you that later. But press the seam open, and then you will get a piece like that.
Nice.
So once that's pressed and steamed, that will lie beautifully flat.
Lovely.
And here is one.
Hey! In
true fashion.
Yes.
Well, this is not that one, because this is the other side.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So there's the other side I made earlier.
An absolutely perfectly flat line there.
Because I pressed it.
Yes.
And then this one, that's its other half.
Nice.
So there's the back of your
Very
skirt.
nice.
So you do those two in the same way.
Yes.
And your front of the skirt is done in exactly the same way. But obviously, the piece, this is in 2 halves, isn't it?
Yes.
So that's one curve, whereas the piece you cut out for this curves all the way around like that.
Isn't this lovely? Just the intricacy on here. It's one of those fabrics that you have to touch to make sure that it isn't actually lace.
Yeah, because it just feels like, well, it is normal cotton.
It's cotton. It's 100% cotton. It's soft and it's lovely, but it just looks like there's going to be more texture on it. Really pretty. Really lovely.
So now we've made our back and our front.
Yes.
And they're done all in the same way.
This is all in one. This is in
That's
one
just
complete
one piece.
panel, though, isn't it, on the front? Why is it in 2 at the back?
Because you've got to get the skirt on somehow. and the zip is in the back.
Yes.
You see,
I forget about that.
You could.
Bit.
They could have done it in a different way and had the front the same as the back and had the zip in the side.
Yeah.
That's possible, but this skirt isn't made in this way. The zip is in the back.
Okay. Excellent.
And it also, I think it looks a bit neater to have it in the back because although, you know, you put a zip in and it's nice and flat, it does add a little extra bulk, which you don't really want on your hip.
It's that bit, isn't it? It's that silhouette that you want to just
some
be nice
skirts
and
have them, but this is quite nice on the back.
Okay, so does that mean it's zip time?
It is zip time.
Yay.
So we've done, I will bring that will be returning.
Right.
But not at the minute.
So you do that in exactly the same way that we've just seen. We want to show you zips.
Zips.
And
now, zips are really easy as long as you know how to do it. People panic about zips, go, oh, I can't do it neat, but I'm going to show you. There's various ways of doing it. Just make sure I get this the right way. So you get your two back pieces and you place them right sides together along this straight edge. The slopey edge is the edge of the skirt. The straight is the where the zip goes. But that is actually labelled on the pattern.
Okay.
So you pin them right sides together like this. Now you pin them together at the bottom.
Exactly.
Like we did last time. And then it's really important that these seams match. Because when you make your skirt, that needs to match perfectly.
So if your bottom edge doesn't match, but this bit does, is it more important to get this?
Yes, this is more important because you can just trim that a little bit, or because that's the bottom edge is going to go into the hem.
Yes.
So you've obviously already pressed this flat. Now the last time I was on and I made an apron, I showed you how to do this, how to match a seam.
Oh, with the pins, sticking it through the seam.
So about I don't know, 1.5 inches. Something about 1 inch away from the edge, put a pin through this seam and then put it through there so they match.
Perfect.
And pull your pin tight.
Yeah.
And then do exactly the same. Put a pin about 1/4 inch, 1/2 centimetre through there.
Yeah.
And then pop it right through the same place in there and give it a good pull.
Yeah.
Now we know those seams match.
Yes.
So pin there.
Now you can pin.
And pin there.
And this is the important thing, isn't it?
And one in the middle for luck. And then you can take those out. And now you know that matches exactly. Because you want the back to look the same as the front, don't you?
Yeah, of course you do. Of course, and these are the little things that give it away if you don't get it right, that it was made at home.
Yes, and it needs to match. So
how long have you been dressmaking?
Well, I've been sewing forever, just for all of my life. I mean, dressmaking, I think my mum first taught me how to make a hooded top. I made that when I was about 10. I remember from toweling, because it was really cool, and I loved that. So a long time. So,
right.
Now, there were notches on the pattern. Remember I showed you with the other one? And there were notches on here. There were 2 notches, so you can match those up.
So it's really helping you. You've got all of these points of reference to make sure that they all match. I don't know why I've always panicked about this.
Yeah, because for this one it doesn't matter so much because it's not a curve, but it just helps. Now I've made a little mark there.
Right.
And I'm going to show you why, if I can find the right pattern piece.
So the pattern that we're using today is the Vogue pattern that we've got for you here. Now, as you can see, 3 different variations. We're working on this one at the moment. $12.95 for your pattern here, and it comes in sizes 6 to 14. Then we've got the larger sizes. So if you are a 14, that in actual inch terms means a 28-inch waist and a 38-inch hip. If you're larger than that, go for the next size up. So the pattern is exactly the same. It's just where that cut-off point is size-wise. RCBR 65 for the smaller one. And then we've got the other one online.
So I showed you that I put that little mark on. Now on the pattern piece here, which is number 4 for the back, there's a circle. That tells you where the bottom of the zip is. So it's important to mark where that circle is. So when you get to this point, I marked it when I cut it out, but it doesn't really matter. Put it on and go, look, that's where the circle is, because that's the bottom of the zip. And then just stick a pin that way.
Nice.
Then you know that's where you don't need to sew. I'm going to show you how to put this zip in. So to start with, we're going to sew the back seam, which is from the bottom of the zip to the hem. Okay.
Excellent. Jane's messaging. Thank you very much. Joan, sorry. She says she's loving the show and learning a lot.
Oh, good.
So that's what we're all about, isn't it? Inspiring you to give all of this a go and really, just have fun with it. How much material did this take?
I think it was just over a metre each one. I'd have to have a look. Yeah, I can't remember.
Right.
But it depends on the size.
Yes.
I'll have a look at it. Says it on the envelope. I'll have a look in a minute.
Let's see. So this one, was this a 14?
Yeah, it was a 14. And then you've got the main fabric and the contrast fabric. And if this is view A. So if you look at view A on the table.
View A. So here we go. 14, 3/4.
Yeah, that's the yards and that's the metres.
Okay, so here we go. 0.7 of a metre.
Yeah.
And the contrast 0.8 of a metre. So less than a metre of each.
Yeah, you don't need a lot of fabric.
That's excellent. Whilst you say that, I'm going to go and have a quick look at the fabric. Let's go take a look. Do you know which one we haven't looked at yet? Is this one. I'm coming in. Look at this. It's delicate and lacy. Now, this is from Imprint, run by a lady called Jane McCower, not to be confused with McCower fabrics that we often have on the show. So different, but just look at the intricacy of this. This is what we're looking at, a metre here of this gorgeous fabric, but just, isn't that pretty? It is just exquisite. The detailing in here, the intricacy, it's all there. It is all there. But without that, without having to have the texture, it's with a cotton fabric that you can really work normally as you would any of your craft projects, sewing projects, dressmaking projects, anything like that. Absolutely gorgeous. This would look fabulous, wouldn't it, with any of your shabby chic projects? Really lovely, and I think it's just the right colour for that. As actually is that one, really beautiful. But mix and match them. There's no reason why you couldn't put the blues in together, and of course the burgundies we've seen already on the skirt here work an absolute treat. So $5.45. They're all $5.45 per half a metre, and it is really rather gorgeous. So if you've seen a colour that you just absolutely have, whether it's for this skirt, whether it's for a different project at home, or whether it's just one of those materials you just absolutely have to have in your stash, then go for it. £5.45 per half a metre. Which one shall we look at next? The royal blue. Is there a favourite already this morning, Producer Paul? The light burgundy. This one's favourite this morning, but you haven't seen this one. Ooh, look at that. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Imagine that as a blouse. Ooh. We're using it in a skirt today, but the options and the possibilities are endless. $5.45, YMJC03. There you go. If I hold it there, that shows you your pattern repeat. Oh, no, beach sarong. There we go. Isn't that lovely? Beautiful. And you can just see it falls and drapes absolutely beautiful. It's very soft, it's very forgiving on the figure, and that's what we like. So pop that in your basket. Let's have a look at your favourite du jour, or a la mode of the moment. Is this one here. This was the one that I first saw and went, oh yes. Look at that. You can really see the pattern in this. It just, it is so delicate. Again, your shabby chic projects with this would look lovely. We've made a very modern looking skirt with it. But hey, do you know what? There's nothing to stop you from patchworking with these, putting that in your patchwork as a texture.
Yeah,
look alike,
really good as a texture.
But easy to work with. Fabulous, because all of these are 100% cotton. $5.45 each per half a metre. Decide how much you want, and if you say want a metre, then you put 2 in the quantity. If you're stuck in any way, give our help centre a ring. It is in the UK, it is a free number, and our staff are fully trained. 0800 112 4433. That's what we're making.
Right.
And we've done the back seam.
Yes, so what I've done is from that mark, I've sewn all the way down here.
Nice straight line, yeah.
And while you were talking, I did this. Above this line, you sew, but you change your stitch length to make it really long.
Is that a tacking
So it's like a tacking stitch. So you could tack that by hand, much quicker to do it by machine.
But why would you?
Why would you do that
with a machine?
And you just change the stitch length. And the reason you do that is because it's only temporary. We're going to take it out, and it's a lot easier to take out stitches if they're long.
Okay. Yes.
That's the only reason. You could do it using the normal stitch length, but it will take you longer to unpick it.
If you like picking out.
Yes.
Unpicking.
So, and the reason we do this is much easier to sew a zip in, particularly when you've got to match a seam.
What type of zipper? Is this going to be an invisible?
No, just a normal. This is a normal zip, not invisible.
Okay.
So now you can see. I'll show you on this side, as I showed you that trick. That seam matches
perfectly.
So
I mean, like properly, perfectly.
So when the zip goes in here, that's going to match because we've sewn it. So some people, they turn the edges under, sew the zip on, but then how do you guarantee it's going to match? You can't. So this is how to do it. So once you've done that, open it up. And I think we do need to press this because I think that will help.
I have the technology.
Just quickly.
Someone's emailed it. Who was that? Evelyn? Julie. I was completely off, wasn't I, there? I was...
Right, hang on.
She loves the skirt demo, which is fab. Great for learning new techniques. And it's going to encourage her to get dressmaking. I think the days of having ill-fitting skirts and dresses and things like that are over. And we're going to that done as well.
That doesn't matter at the moment. We should have done it, but it doesn't matter for purposes of my demonstration.
Okay.
So, and when you iron a seam flat, press a seam flat, always turn it over as well, because sometimes you get a little crease where you haven't done it. So, do it again. Do it again.
Do it again
from the other side, and then. If you have pressed it and there is a little crease, you'll get rid of it.
You're going to be all right.
It's really important that this seam, when you put the zip in, is very, very flat.
Here we go. Okay.
Perfect.
Are we happy with that?
Yeah, that's lovely. I'll have that back now.
Take it away.
Obviously, you would have pressed the other seam flat, but for purposes of my demonstration...
we won't worry about that. Lots of you emailing in about dressmaking. Thank you very much for getting up early and watching. The pattern is absolutely perfect for your dressmaking needs.
Right, so what you need to do is where this little mark is, where we've sewn to...
Yes.
Just put a pin across there.
Okay.
Because that's where we're going to sew the zip
to. So you know that's where you've got to get to.
Right.
How big a zip are we needing?
For this skirt, it's a 18 centimetre, which is a 7-inch zip.
Right.
So...
Oh, a fancy schmancy...
this is...
invisible type
Well, it's not in it. It's just a transparent zip, so you can use it with any colour. Different to an invisible zip is made in a different way, and you can't be seen from the outside
because
the way the teeth are done. This is a transparent zip, which means it can be any colour.
Nice. £1.45. I would put a few of those in my stash, I think.
Oh well, they're just really good thing to have. They'll fit in a skirt.
Well, there's nothing worse, is there, than coming to a project. Yes, I bought all my material. Oh, I've only got a black zip or something, and it just wouldn't work.
So what you need to do is match the top of the tape starts about, luckily the seam allowance about 1.5 centimetres, 5/8 of an inch above the zip.
Okay.
So if you match the top of your tape to the top raw edge of your fabric, when you then finish it later, the zip will be at the top.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So with the zip closed and facing down, yeah, right side down. So make sure that bit, this is the wrong side up, that's the right side down.
Yes.
Yeah? Centre the zip over the seam.
Okay.
Which is pretty easy to see.
Yeah.
Because it's transparent, and if it's not, just make sure there's the same gap each side.
I think I'm always going to work with transparent zips from now on.
But it doesn't really matter because, you know, this zip tape is almost the same width as this seam allowance, so just make sure you've got the same little bit either side. Or roll it down like that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Bit by bit, that's how I sometimes do it, if I've got a funny seam allowance or... You know.
Or if maybe you've been a bit wonky with your cutting.
So, or if your seam allowance is small or bigger, and it's not a transparent zip, stick a pin across the end and then pin up the other side. Make sure your pins are facing the way you're going to sew, because it's really hard taking out pins when they're facing the wrong way. So think about it. I'm going to sew from here down, so that's why I'm making them, because if you get to it and the end is there, it's really hard to take out.
I'm glad we're doing zips today, because this was on my New Year's list of things to conquer.
Zips.
Yeah.
And then, when you get to the other end, pin that nice and straight.
Okay.
Because that's how we're going to do it.
All right.
Okay. So to start with,
yes,
we're going to start stitching here. This is the slide is going to be in the way. So if you make sure the slide is up, otherwise you can't get hold of it.
Yeah.
And just push it down.
Shimmy it down.
But not far.
Okay.
Not too far, because we're going to pull it back up again.
All right, okay.
That's about enough, okay?
Okay.
Right.
Awesome.
Now we're going to put a zip foot on our machine.
What happens if you don't have a zipper foot?
Well, it's not the end of the world, but you won't be able to stitch as close to there.
Okay.
So I would say you can do it.
It
Won't be as neat if you don't. Most sewing machines come with a zipper foot as standard.
If you are anything like me, and your machine came with a myriad of feet and you have absolutely no idea which one's which, this is what you're looking for your zipper foot.
And if you look in your instruction manual, it will tell you which one is. And if for some reason you don't have one, you've got an old machine or one you've inherited, then you can buy them. They're not very expensive.
Excellent.
You can buy them. Go to your local sewing machine shop, look online, put in the model of your machine, and you can buy them. And
perfect.
You can, if you sew a zip in without one, it won't look as neat.
Okay.
So I won't pretend.
That's it.
That would just be silly.
Okay.
So best just buy a zip foot. I'd be very surprised if you didn't have one.
And then, do you know, it's one of those things, isn't it? Once you've got it, then you're more likely to do more zips.
And the reason, the point of a zip foot is this is a normal foot. So you've got, can they see that? Probably not. Okay. The zip foot has prongs either side, which means you can't get really close to your seam. Yeah. The zip foot only has a prong one side.
Oh.
So the needle can get closer to the zip. That's the point.
Nice.
The prongs are there to hold the fabric nice and flat while you're sewing, but when you're sewing on a zip, you want to get as close to the zip as you can because it will look neater.
Perfect.
So, line up the edge of your zip foot with the edge of the teeth.
So it's that end bit. Oh, hello. That end bit there.
Yeah. So with the edge of the zip, line up the edge of the zip foot with the edge of the zip thingies. Right. Let's take one pin out. Yeah. And then I put it back to the right stitch length. Always remember to put it back to the normal stitch length. Really annoying to sew a whole zip in with a long one and have to start again. So go backwards and forwards at the beginning, right, and then just sew close to there. Now when you reach the slider, make sure the needle's down and lift the foot up. Okay. And then grab hold of it and pull it back up to the top. Okay. And then put the foot back. Right. This means now you won't have any break in your stitching and it will keep it nice and neat. And because I kept the needle down... Yeah, you haven't gone anywhere. Nothing will have moved. Anywhere. So carry on stitching all the time, making sure... I mean, I can feel it, that the edge of the zip foot is close to the teeth. And because of where the needle is, it'll be far enough away. Go down to the bottom pin. Yes. Needle down. Yes. Foot up. Yes. Twiddle it round. Right. Needle down, foot up, twiddle. Right. Foot down again. Stitch across here. Now do this slowly because... Oh, hang on. But we're going straight over the teeth. Yeah, but the teeth are not metal. They're nylon. What happens if it's metal? Well, then you can't go over the teeth unless you break your needle. Then the way that metal zips are done, you can go around the bottom of them. That's the way they're constructed. Right. But just take it a bit slowly across them because although they're nylon and your needle will go through, if you catch it at just a funny angle, your needle will break. Do you then go back over it a few times? Yeah, I don't actually. I mean, it's only a little skirt, you know. If it was a pair of jeans or something that was going to have a lot of strain on it, you can if you like, but I don't think it needs to. Depends how many pies I've eaten as to how much strain it's going to have. It's going to be fine. You've got the seam as well below this. Oh, okay, right. So go round, put your foot down again, and then we're off again, and then sew. And this seems ridiculously if you've never done this before, do it. I've done it quite a lot, so I'm going a bit fast, and I want to get on with it. But if you've not done this before, no messing around. Time is of the essence. We've got to get this done. Go slowly and make sure you keep the edge of your foot up the teeth. Oh, Becky, do make me laugh. Right, we're getting on with it. We've got to get on with it. So, no nonsense approach to dressmaking this morning. Let's just get on with it. We've got things to do. When we've got up to there again, put the needle down. Right. Lift the foot up. Yes. Slide the zipper. Slide your zipper. All a bit fiddly. Zipper. All the way down there, out of the way. Yep. And because you've got that pin at the top of your zip tape, it will be in the right place. It's going to go. It will be in the right place. Perfect. So stitch all the way up. Yep. Don't put it between your teeth. like I have, because that's dangerous. Right.
We're sewing a skirt today. This is the top of the skirt. We're putting in zips and everything. So the days of elastic, gone. We're moving on from the safety of an elasticated skirt, because we're too scared to put in zips, to learning how to put in zips. I only speak from, personal experience here. Does it have elastic? Yes, I can do it. Does it have a zip? No. No. Today, it's all about the zip. It's all about making these beautiful skirts. We are going to make both of those designs. And that's what it's going to look like.
So there you can see now the zip from the back.
Yes.
And then here is the zip from the front.
Oh, wow.
So what you do now is those lovely long tuck-in stitches.
Can I just show from the back again, please?
Yes.
Because we were a bit quick. There you go. So there's your zip from the back. With an extra thread. And then from the front...
Now with this one, obviously, you should use a thread which matches your fabric. We've got 2 fabrics, so you just have to choose which one you don't want to show up.
It's a beautiful fabric, though, isn't it? So, and I think really because you've got such delicacy and intricacy within that fabric, that actually, having gone with the burgundy, the darker one, you're not going to see it.
It's fine. So what you do now is you snip those long tacking stitches, and because they were long, they're easy to undo. If they were short,
then forget it.
Then you could do it, but obviously it would just take ages, and it can mark the fabric as well. So just undo them all the way down.
I thought we got to the end. No, we just left the zipper.
Yeah, the zip slider is. Let's pull it all the way down, and then it'll be a bit easier.
Whee!
There we go. Right. And they're really easy to undo, and if they were hand tacking stitches, the same. So pull out the little threads.
So they don't get stuck in the teeth.
Which take a little bit of time to make sure you've got them all out.
Whilst you pick those out, let me talk about how we get in touch. So a lot of you are already emailing, and thank you so much. 2 ways to get in touch. Firstly is to email, and if you've got any makes that you'd like to share with us, we'd love to see them. Then you can do that by studio@sewingquilter.com. Otherwise, if you want web chat, then there's the show. Underneath is messaging the studio. Hello! And that comes straight through to producer Paul upstairs. And then underneath there... Oh, hello, it's too busy typing. Hang on, what's he saying? Say hello, email us, studio@sewingquilter.com. And then below is everything that we've used on today's show, including the 2 different size patterns and even the sewing machine. Yeah. It's all on there.
And this sewing machine will change the length, do all the stuff you need.
Everything you needed, it's done.
Everything you need and more, and it's lovely. So, now look, I have undone this.
We've got a zip. We have a zip.
I'm going to show you now. We're going to pull up the zip. Ooh, there we go.
And we have the technology. Awesome.
And obviously we would then press that, and that will be nice and flat. But now you have a zip.
I can do that.
Your seams match up. That was quite easy, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
It wasn't difficult.
No, I could do that. Whilst you give that a quick press, I'm going to go look at the fabric. I'll be back. Ha-ha! Which one's the most popular now? Oh, the light blue has overtaken the burgundy. Let's take a look at this. I can completely understand why you're going for this. As much as... I'd say that's kind of a light sky blue there. Oh, look at that. Absolutely beautiful. With that beautiful, delicate lace printed on there. That's the design. So it does look like it's got a texture, but it's not. It's 100% cotton. Absolutely gorgeous. We can see if I just give it a quick... There we go. It just... All of these obviously would make fabulous sarongs, we've decided this morning. But it's absolutely perfect for your dressmaking. But of course, because it is 100% cotton, any other projects that you've got on the go, I think that this would look absolutely gorgeous as a top. Really pretty, really pretty. But it just is, it's just exquisite. That with a pair of jeans, wouldn't that look lovely?
Yeah.
Nice.
It would look really good. Yeah. Little summer top.
Little summer top, maybe a little white vest top underneath, pair of jeans, bosh, you're done. Nice. And at $5.45 to have something that fits you absolutely perfectly, $5.45 per half metre, can't go wrong. Cannot go wrong. Let's have a look at... Ooh. I still say quilting with this. I still say what a lovely way to get texture in without having to work with a tricky texture. Beautiful. That's your royal blue. Nice. Isn't that gorgeous? $5.45, so very regal, this feel. Beautiful. Bargain at £5.45 per half a metre, I think. Really good prices on this, because you think of the detail of that design. Beautiful. Let's have a look at this. Ah, now this is, you see, this is the one that Rebecca's used there. Look. Oh, it's like we're twins. £5.45 per half a metre of that. Beautiful. Really lovely. It's a nice warm colour, actually, this one, isn't it? Really nice one. And that's going to go with creams. It's going to go if you want to just put it with a black top. It's a very versatile colour, I think. Lovely. Or if you're making a top out of it,
grey.
then again, it's going to go with your jeans. Oh, grey as well.
Looks good with grey.
Oh, nice.
Burgundy, pink.
Deep pink.
Looks lovely with pink.
Ooh. And then the one, the most popular one, here we go, is this one. Let's open it up. Woohoo! Just gorgeous. There you go. You can really see the pattern, can't you, on this one? Look at that. So that is your lace pattern on there. Absolutely gorgeous. If you're joining us this morning, hello, good morning. We're making a skirt. And it's a really rather lovely one. It's from a Vogue pattern. And that is the main material that we've used in the contrasting panel of the fabric. And it is £5.45 per half a metre. Now, the Vogue pattern is £12.95, I do believe. And for this size 14 that we're making, if you've got a 28-inch waist and a 38-inch hip, then you need 0.7 metres of one of the fabrics and 0.8 metres of the other. So just pop a metre in, and then you've still got a bit of wiggle room. Nice.
So, we've put the zip in, I've pressed it, da-da-da-dum, lovely.
Da-da-da-dum.
Da-da-dum.
Yeah, true technical term.
That is a technical term.
Da-da-da-dum.
Right, and then I made the front of the skirt earlier.
Oh, hang on, I've got a question. You know when we put in the zip,
Yes.
did we need to leave any seam allowance at the top?
Well, you remember I said to you, match the top of the zip tape with the top of the fabric.
Yes.
Because the gap between the top of the zip and the top of the tape is the seam allowance.
Oh!
Luckily.
As luck would have it.
But if it wasn't,
yes,
you would just make sure that where the seam allowance is, where you're going to sew, you'd make sure the top of your slider is there.
Right.
Luckily, this is the same. So when we turn this over later,
it's all going to work a treat.
Yeah, magic.
So it's like you've planned it.
It's like I've planned it. So here's the front of the skirt, which now looks the same as the back of the skirt.
Perfect.
And you
good, isn't it?
Place it right sides together.
It's a bit like magic.
It's just like magic. Now, this is the point at which, remember I said to you earlier, I'm going to tell you how to make it fit you?
Yeah.
This is the point at which you make it fit you.
Okay.
So, sew it, or depends whether you can bear the pins. Some people don't like to try things on with pins because it gets stuck in them. So...
yes, I remember those
But,
times.
you know, and also it might just be easier to... You could sew it together with that lovely long tacking stitch.
Okay.
All the way down both sides.
Yeah.
So they match. There are little notches.
Again, the jigsaw pieces.
The lovely notches to line up. So you know that they're there. And then all the way down to the bottom.
It's like it's giving you a double check, isn't it?
So
right?
if you...
Make sure that's there.
If you sew it together all the way down the sides... both sides, then try it on.
Okay.
You'll then see whether, oh, well, actually, do you know what? I would like it to be a little bit narrow at the top or a little bit, let it out a bit.
Yeah.
Because sometimes, you know, particularly with A-line skirts, whenever I make them, they fit nicely sort of around my hips and my bottom.
Yeah.
But my waist, they're always a bit too big.
Right.
That's just my shape. But, you know, and everybody has different things. So sew it together with the set seam allowance, and then you know where you need to adjust it. And then put it on.
Yeah.
And just take it in or let it out where you want it to. Nice. So this, and even a tiny adjustment of an inch, which an inch is only, or 1.5 centimetres, is only half an inch on each seam. So it's not a lot.
No, and you've got that within the seam allowance.
Well, it's 1/4 of an inch. If you take it in 1/4 of an inch, that's half an inch that side, half, you know, to make an inch bigger. It's only a tiny amount on the seam.
Yes, of course.
But then that will allow you an extra inch all round.
Yes, of course.
So it'd be half an inch on each side.
It's really basic things like that, isn't it? That unless you said that to me, I would have doubled it.
Yeah, but if you think of it like that, and then and those are, you know, the difference between a 12 and a 14 is only a couple of inches anyway.
And you've got that in there. If you need this pattern, and a lot of you do need this pattern, ZKBR06. If you are 28 inches or above on the waist and 38 inches or above on the hips, this is the pattern for you. £12.95. This is the larger of the two size patterns. ZKBR06.
Right, so now we've pinned it together on the side seams. Yes. We then stitch it.
Okay.
Obviously.
Obviously. Yes.
So I'm going to...
And again...
remember to take my zip foot out.
Is this okay, just a straight stitch?
Yeah, just normal, bog standard straight stitch, yeah.
Do you then do a zigzag anywhere? Or
well, again, it's a good idea to pink the edges after you've seamed. I'm sure this foot keeps moving. Right. Go forwards and back at the beginning, as always. And then whiz down the seam.
And we're off.
And remember to pink it afterwards. Or machine zigzag it, whichever you prefer. I mean, cotton doesn't really fray that badly.
I guess it's one of those things. If this is going to become your favourite skirt...
yeah, and if it's going in and it'll go in and out of the washing machine, it will just last a bit.
Yeah.
It will just be better. I mean, I know it's annoying and you want to just crack on and make the skirt and you don't want to be bothered with all of that, but it is worth it.
It's just that moment, isn't it, that means that the longevity that you're going to get.
Yeah.
So that in years to come, when this ends up in a vintage clothing store,
yes,
they'll also look at it
and they'll go, oh my lord, it's got pink seams. It must be vintage.
Perfect.
Now, because I'm doing this quickly, it's not massively neat.
But you can take your time. Obviously, you don't have just an hour to make this skirt. And I'm very impressed that we've got this far with it.
We've got quite far.
Take your time, enjoy it. That's all part of the process, isn't it? It really is. This is perfect because, you know, we're all such different shapes and sizes. And there's that thing, isn't there, of stepping out in something that fits, that just
and just take the time to stand in front of the mirror, you know, put it on, pin it, take it off, repin it. I spend ages just doing that, and you'd think, oh, I can't be bothered, I wish I could just make it to the pattern, but you know,
we're not all pattern size.
And it does make a difference. And the good thing with this pattern, you see, I mean, I know you have to pay for the pattern, but once you've got the pattern, it's yours forever, isn't it? So you can just keep buying more and more fabric and making the same thing over and over again.
Well, in 3 different styles, and that's the joy of it. And so, you know, if your shape changes over the years, it doesn't matter because you've got it in different sizes. So this is the pattern that we're working from today. We're doing this one this hour. This one here. Then next hour at 10 o'clock, when Rebecca's back, we're going to be doing these variations. Now, on the back, you'll always find out how much fabric you need. So we're doing a size 14 here, which means a waist of 28 and hips of 38, which if we look down here, we're doing number A. Number A? No,
yeah, letter A.
Yeah, good. I do know the difference between them.
Version A.
So, there we go, 14, size 14, 0.7 metres, and then in the contrast, 0.8 of a metre.
Right, well, just quickly, I will show you in more detail the other parts of this skirt in the second hour.
Oh, it's fully lined, isn't it?
It's fully lined.
It's fully lined.
So, when you've made your skirt, we've now got a front and a back and a zip. You then make the lining in exactly the same way.
Wow, and where do we put the zip?
Except without the zip.
Yeah.
Except with no zip. So, if you look at the front of my lining, there we are. Got the curve.
Yeah.
There's the back of the lining. And where the zip should be, you just turn the edges under and press them.
Right.
And I have pinked mine already.
You have? Look at you.
So it's all done. All done. See, stay stitching.
Yeah, it's all in there.
Which I did in a different colour so you could see it. So there's your lining. So the lining and the skirt are identical, except the skirt has the zip and the lining doesn't.
Awesome.
Awesome.
But then how do you attach it?
Well, what you do is... this is right sides out.
Right.
Okay, so let's turn the skirt wrong sides out.
Are we going to go right sides together?
Yes.
Is that where we're aiming
And then we're going to put the lining...
So it's exactly the same skirt. It's not a smidge smaller or
no,
anything.
it's exactly same pattern pieces, same pattern pieces, made in exactly the same way.
Right.
But the lining doesn't have the zip.
Now I think having a lining just
you need a line. You need the lining.
Smooth things out, doesn't it?
Well, and it just gives it a bit of extra weight. It means you can't see your pants through it, which is important.
No VPLs.
Don't want that.
Very important.
So when you've turned, now they're right sides together, so you can see the wrong side of that seam. Well, yeah, if you stand against the light, you can see your pans. You can see your pans.
Modesty on this show.
Match all the seams.
Right.
So there's the zip and the zip opening.
Yeah.
There's the next seam. So match that up and pin that together. Using that seam matching technique I showed you earlier, which I'm not going to do now for speed, but do match them.
Yeah. Take your time. We've only got a couple of minutes left, so we're going speedy.
Speedy. So you pin this together all the way round and sew it, and then you turn it right sides out.
What do we do at that zip point?
At the zip point, well, when you get to here, although I've pressed that out, open it up and just sew it. I don't know whether you can see, I'm in the wrong place there, that's better. Just sew up to that line of stitching. This one, there's the line of stitching you sewed the zip in, just sew up to there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. Excellent.
So,
simple.
And then, once you've sewn it together all the way round, you turn it right sides out. So I'm going to show you this quickly. But if you come back at 10 o'clock,
yes,
I'm going to show you, I'm not going to show you how to do the zip for the other skirt because we've done that. I'm not going to show you how to match seams, but I'm going to show you how to do this part in more detail.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, that's okay, so we don't have to rush it. We've got another hour to do the next bit, part 2.
Because what happens after we've sewn this, you also stabilise this waist. Because this is cut on slight curve, there's a bit of a bias going on. Because it's sitting on your hips, it doesn't have a waistband, it doesn't have facings, we stabilise the seam in a special way. And I'm going to show you how to do that.
Oh, suspicion and intrigue.
Yes.
But if you've been loving the skirt this hour and if you're going to give it a go and you've grabbed the pattern, which is $12.95, then join us again at 10 o'clock. Obviously, stay with us all morning.
Yes.
Is preferable. And we're going to show you part 2 of the skirt in another style.
I mean, obviously, all the instructions come with the pattern. You don't have to watch part 2. But if you do watch it, I will show you how to do it and how to hem it and this special stabilised waistband, which is very important.
Perfect. I can't wait. Learning lots this morning. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Go and have a nice, relaxed
I will go and have a cup of tea.
Yeah. And I will see you again in an hour. Next up is me. With me. Yes, it's all about Tilda next hour. And we've got some fabulous bundles for you. So stay with us. We will see you in a moment. Grab a quick cuppa. We'll be back in a couple of moments. See you later. Bye-bye.
The sewing quarter in 5 words. Fun, new, unique, dedicated, and diverse. I'm most excited to be reaching a wide audience and to be able to share my love and passion for stitch. Oh, preparation into the shows, absolutely tons. You would not even imagine. The preparation for the projects is the small side of it, I'd say. I mean, it's all these specialist crews and the guys working really hard behind the scenes that nobody sees. Oh, well, this made me laugh. 1 fat quarter and half an hour, you wouldn't get much out of me. I'm a bit of a slow burn thinker. Being a designer and a quilter takes a longer amount of contemplation before making that first cut. You might get a few design scribbles on a pad. But I do need a new purse, so maybe I could knock up a new purse. Okay, well, the thing that I thought about that might surprise viewers is that we're not in London. We're in Brum. Yay!
Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @sewingquarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air. Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter!
The Sewing Quarter is a new inspirational sewing and quilting channel here to help educate our viewers with some of the best designers in the business. We hope to bring you some exciting demonstrations with some of the top industry experts. We're part of the Immediate Media family. Immediate Media is a fast-growing multi-platform company who operate some of the most loved brands across the UK. Our brands range from our first TV shopping channel adventure with Jewellery Maker to several successful magazines such as Simply Sewing, Radio Times, BBC Good Food and many more. We've been working incredibly hard to set up and bring you our new exciting channel, and we hope that we can help inspire you with new ideas and projects. Welcome back to the Sewing Quarter. I'm Natasha McCarthy. This hour, it's all about Tilda, but with a tonal element to it. So here's what we've decided to do for you, is to get the most out of your Tilda fabric. We know that Tilda is a beautiful premium range fabric. So we've got that for you by the half metre, but in a bundle with then some beautiful tones. That's what we're doing this hour. Now I need, 11 o'clock though. A lot of you have been asking what time is the owl on, and the owl with the colour me on the fabric is on at 11 o'clock. So if you're after some beautiful fabrics to colour in and relax and have a nice time with, there we go, 11 o'clock is your hour for that. But this hour it's about the Tilda. So here's what we've decided to do. This is your Bumblebee range. Absolutely exquisite. Love it, love it, love it. Here it is. Absolutely beautiful. Now this is the first time that we've done this for you on this channel. So we've bundled for you half a metre of the blue with half a metre of your pink Tilda. And then what we did was we looked at the colours within there and we picked out the accent colours in here. So you've got an ivory in there, you've got a green, and over here you've got that lovely yellow. So what we did was we gave you a half a metre of that green, a half a metre of that ivory, and a half a metre of that yellow. So now your Tilda can go so much further. And that is what we've done for you. So, for example, if you wanted to make a bag, you go, yeah, but I don't want to use all that Tilda in one go, then that's absolutely fine. You've got the tonal colours to make it go a bit. It does look like a vest, actually, doesn't it? I could actually wear that as a vest, but it's not. It's a bag. It's a little shopping bag. And so I've done that one. Actually, I've used some of the other colours as well with this, and then fully lined it as well. So that's your ivory colour in there, lining it, and I've used one of the tonal pinks I'll show you later. But there we go. So for £24.95, you are getting a full metre of Tilda. So 2 half metres, a full metre. Let me show you this. And there we go. So that is how much you're getting of each of the fabrics. A full half metre. This is double your fat quarters. So it's the equivalent of 4 Tilda fat quarters and then 6 plain fat quarters. That's what it's the equivalent of, but it's cut and it's in a continuous length. which means that all those projects that you haven't wanted to do or haven't been able to do because a fat quarter, quite frankly, wasn't enough. And then what do you line it with? Because, you know, again, your fat quarter isn't enough to line it. We've got it covered. We've got it sorted. So for all of those projects, look, maybe you're quilting and you want to get the most out of it, then this is it. Really make your Tilda patterns pop by putting them with your plains. So for $24.95, you get all of this. 3 half-metre of your plains and 2 half-metres of the gorgeous Tilda Bumblebee fabrics for just $24.95. That is, what, 2.5 metres of fabric for $24.95, and a metre of that is Tilda. That is incredible value. KVGC62. Now, that's one tonal range that we've put together for you. I want to show you the next one as well. So come with me over here, because again, more Tilda for you, but this is the other variation that we've got for you. So you've got the ginger and the green. Beautiful. So what we've done is we've picked out, again, that ivory in there, but this time we've gone with 2 different tones of that beautiful blue, and they're the colours that you're getting with it. Absolutely gorgeous. So you're getting 5 half-metre lengths of fabric here. That's a lot of fabric. Absolutely gorgeous for $24.95. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, of course, if you wanted to buy both of those bundles, you've got 6 plains and 4 half-metres of Tilda. Now, what we've also done for you, which is really exciting, because I don't know where else you can get tonal bundles. This is now a half-metre. Forget your fat quarters today. This is all about the half-metre. This is double the amount that you would get if it was fat quarters. This is half a metre of each of these colours. So these are all of your purples, your perfect purple bundle there. So $14.95. This is great to just pop in your stash so that you've always got those tones. You've got the right ones to go for. Now this is your pinks here. Really beautiful. So your pretty pinks here. Now you'll see that in the bag that I made, I used one of those pinks within the bag, and that just worked an absolute treat. And I use that to line it as well. So maybe if you're going for the pink and the green, the pink and the blue Tilda option, maybe pop those pinks in as well. So ZXGC98 for that one. Now we've also got for you greens, those fresh greens. Absolutely fab. And it's one of those things that it just, once you've got your plains, then any of your beautiful fabrics are just going to go a lot further if you can mix a plain through with it. That's just how it goes, isn't it? So if you can mix a plain through, brilliant, do so. Now look at that. That is $14.95 for 5 half-metre bundles. 5! It's fab. It's great value. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, that's your greens. We've also got, let's not forget those blues. We've got blues as well, which are absolutely gorgeous. So whatever colour palette you've been working with, you want to add into, you just want to have in your stash, or maybe you just want to make sure that you've got these ready for you to use. Half a metre of each of these fabrics. So that's 2.5 metres in total of fabric for $14.95. NTGC02. So we've got all of that. We've got cools in there. You've got warmer blue. You've got that whole variety of blue in there. So whenever you need it to mix and match, or have as a lining, or have as a contrast to make a pattern go pop, you've got it in there. And that was really important for us when we put this show together. Like, right, how can we help you? How can we boost your stash? How can we make sure that every time you come to do a project, you can get the most out of your premium range fabric? So when you get something like the Tilda and you go, well, actually, I want to be a little bit more frugal. I want to use it. I want to be able to have this beautiful colour, this beautiful fabric, but I don't want to waste any of it, which means that for the first time ever, we've popped it with tonal colours. We've done the hard work for you. We've realised that sometimes looking on the web, you can't match the colours properly. It's really hard to do on a screen. You know, different monitors vary with different colours. So what we've done is we've done that hard work for you. Now, I was saying earlier, this I made out of the bundle. So you can see, you've got the pink, you've got the green, but then I nicked a bit out of that pink tonal bundle and lined it, but then used the ivory to double line. Ooh. So mixed all those things in, and that will be seen at the market getting my shopping. Nice. Yeah, no, I do have many bags to the market. Our director said I do a lot of shopping at the market. By the time that I've been to the meat man, the bread man, the fish man, and the vegetable man, lady, that's a lot. See, need these bags. So here we go, $24.95, and that was made out of it. But I had loads left over. I made, okay, so let me just explain. I made this bag. This one is fully lined. I made the other one out of the yellow and the blue that we've got on our mannequin over there. And again, that's got the facing in there. I made the door stopper, all out of the same bundle of fabric. And I made the now infamous upside down door stopper. Do be careful when using directional fabrics, and don't do an upside down one like I did. And within the same, so we're still on the same one fabric bundle, I've also got enough to make another. Actually, I could make another 2 out of the fabric that I had left over. There is so much material in this. Honestly, this is just such a fabulous way to get your Tilda, to get a lovely big fabric stash going. Really important. So, should we start making something? Oh, hello, Jill. She's watching from Portugal. And she loves Tilda. Oh, yeah, I'm with you there. Absolutely with you there. We do love a spot of the Tilda. Now, a lot of you on social media, when I put this, you were, can I just say actually, thank you so much, because I did hesitate to put a mismake up on social media, but it is a mismake, it is upside down, and a lot of you saying, fabulous if you're in Australia. It was a spot the mistake. Deliberate mistake. So for $24.95, you get 3 half meters of plain and 2 half meters of beautiful bumblebee Tilda fabric. Premium range Tilda fabric. It's in there. So these are the colours. These are the ones that I've put. You see, it's difficult to see those colours matching on the screen. But when they work, when they're together, they work, and they are absolutely beautiful. Really beautiful. That's what you're getting for $24.95. But why not look at the rest of the Tilda range with that design, and then you can get your ginger and your green, so you can get these, and then the cool blues that go with it, so you'd get all of that. Again, $24.95 for all of that. All of that, that's 2.5 meters of fabric. That's 1 meter of Tilda. And you've got all of these beautiful tones to go with it. Absolutely gorgeous. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. AMGC 83, $24.95. Nice. I'm going to start making the doorstopper now. Is that all right, Producer Paul? Can I start making? Yeah, he says you do whatever you like. You might regret that. So, I've cut a few bits and bobs out ready to start. But basically, with my Tilda, I cut out 20 centimetres in length. Each side of my doorstopper is going to be 10 centimetres around. So that's 4 sides, that's 40 centimetres, plus a centimetre seam allowance each end. Okay? So a centimetre down there, centimetre there. So that's 42 centimetres across there. And then, how tall did I make it? Is there centimetres on this mat? I can't remember. No, that's inches. Hang on. Yeah. Let's have a look. So all of these fabrics are cotton. Fiona's asked if it's cotton. All of it is 100% cotton. So you know that you've got that, you know, it's all going to work beautifully together. So all of it, every material that we've got on the show today is cotton. It's all cotton. So you can intermingle it. And, you know, similar weights as well. That's everything you get for $24.95. So you get a 1/2 metre of the blue Tilda, a 1/2 metre of the pink Tilda, a 1/2 metre of the green, a 1/2 metre of the cream, and a 1/2 metre of that yellow. It's all in there, a 1/2 metre of each of that. That is the equivalent of 10 fat quarters. But, of course, it's not cut. So you've got that continuous length. So for those bigger projects, for those ones that you can't fit into a fat quarter, you've got so much more. You've got double the fabric here. So that's why we wanted to do it. I know fat quarters are fabulous. There is a time and a place for fat quarters. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely love them. I've got a stash of them you wouldn't believe. But sometimes you just can't fit the project into a fat quarter, which is why we wanted to bring you the 1/2 meters. So we're getting a little bit more extravagant here with the amounts we're giving you. A 1/2 meter there, selvage to selvage. So you've got that full width of fabric and 1/2 meter deep. That's what we're looking at with each of the fabrics. All the fabrics on the show today and this hour are 1/2 meters. Every single one. There we go. First time we've ever done it. That's why I'm so excited about it. Okay, so I've got 42 centimetres across. Did I decide how tall I made it? Can't remember. Hang on. This is all inches. I'd worked in centimetres. Hang on. I think it was something like 17 centimetres. I will put them on now. I'm going to just go down that side there of my seam. And this is the main body of my, I've been given a different machine. Where is everything on this? Here we go, from there. So, the beautiful blues are the most popular at the moment. Now, is that a backward stitch on here? There we go. Each machine is a little bit different here, so just bear with me while I just work out which machine I'm using today. Blue's most popular at the moment. So with these, you are getting your cottons. Now, these are the plains that we have on the website for you. These are from Macawa, so 100% cotton. So all of the plains on the show today are your Macawa plains, okay? But they are 100% cotton, and they work really beautifully with the Tilda. Now, and that one is the most popular so far out of those plains. So, the other thing that I just need to show you with this is, because every 10 centimetres, I'm going to put a little mark, and I'm going to snip. So it's a centimetre down. I've already marked it, but I just want to show you it again. A centimetre down and 10 centimetres. So I measure 10 centimetres, mark. Okay. So, and again from the bottom here. Here we go. So 10 centimetres and then a centimetre down, 10 centimetres and a centimetre down. And I will just get my little snips and snip to that point, because when I sew the base and the top in, I need it to get to that point. Snippity snip, and that will then make it open nicely. I've popped a little bit of stabiliser on here. You don't have to. It just helps if you want to. So if you want to pop some interfacing, then do. That's what you can see has been ironed on there, and it's just your iron-on interfacing there. So that's what I've done there. So this is the first time that we have given you tones in 1/2 metre fabric. In fact, do you know what? Let's pause there and let's go and have a look at them. Come on, because I'm very excited about this. This was something that we desperately wanted to do for you, because we have the capability of cutting our fabrics. That's exactly what we've done. So let me show you the greens. A 1/2 metre of each of these greens. Here we go. 1/2 metre of each of these. Have these in your stash, have them ready to go. And then you can just, I aim $14.95 for all of these greens, all of this. Now normally you could easily pay $14.95 for just 5 fat quarters. No, that's double. This is double a fat quarter bundle. This is 2.5 meters of fabric here. 1/2 metre of each of these. Let me show you that. Let me just show you that. Let me just show you what that looks like. You get that for each fabric. Each one. That's a huge amount of fabric. Just think of all of those different projects that you've looked at and gone, oh, I didn't quite have enough. Fat quarter just wasn't quite enough. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. You've got it. You've got it for linings, you've got it for bags, you've got it for all of those projects. They are now all possible for just $14.95. We love it. So they are your greens. I've got purple next. Let's take a look at the purple next. I love these. I am so pleased that we could bring these to you. I really am. Here we go. Let's have a look at these purples. Here we go. Look at this. So how often do you get a beautiful pattern that you've paid a lot of money for, you want to be a little bit frugal with it, and you want to maybe line something in that contrasting or just that plain? We are giving you 5 different purple shades here. $14.95, 1/2 metre of each. This is masses of material, 1/2 metre each. KLGC 74. Just fab. Absolute fab. All of those. So we've made sure that they are tonally, they're going to work. It's like a rainbow, isn't it? Each of these is like a veritable rainbow of tones going through there. And you'll get all 5. That's 5 1/2 metres. That's what's coming to you for less than £15. That's pretty awesome. Really awesome. I like. Let's go pink. Let's go pink next. Right, next up is the pink. Here we go. Pink. Oh, pink's become the favourite. It was blue a minute ago. Here we go. I'm blending with this one, aren't I? Beautifully. It is kind of that ombre effect that we've gone for with these. Absolutely gorgeous. So, again, here you have them. 1/2 metre of each of these pinks. So whatever blush it is in that floral fabric that you've got, you can match it because you're going to have the pink for it. 5 1/2 metre lengths of all of your different pinks. Your pink blushes, they are beautiful. These tones, so whatever tone it is that you've got. Now you see, for instance, okay, if you get this and say you get the pink Tilda here, okay, if I just lay that across there. Now this obviously comes in a separate pack, but if you buy this, then you see you could go for that bright pink and match that through with that. You could go for the cooler pink and match that with that. And this is the joy that you're going to have, is that when you get something like your Tilda, then you can match it through. You can take what contrast you want because you've got it in your stash. It's there. It's ready to play with, and you can be the designer. $14.95 for 5 1/2 metres. Lots of people joining us this morning. Welcome, hello. We are doing 1/2 metre bundles for you in your plains. Now, we've listened to everything that you've had to say, and this was the comment that kept coming up. Fat quarters aren't enough. It's not enough material. We hear you. We absolutely hear you, so this is what we're doing. 1/2 metre of each of these tonals, and look at this price. You could easily pay $14.95 for just 5 fat quarters, but no, we've doubled it. You have got 1/2 metre of each of these 5 fabrics. Absolutely gorgeous. ZXGC98, $14.95 for all of that. All of that. That's a big stash of fabric. Let's look at the blues. Ooh, the blues. What's the most popular? But that pink has just pipped it to the post. Here we go. These are your blues. Here they are. $14.95 again. Each of these is a ½ metre. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, what we've also been very careful to do, if you're getting the Ginger Tilda bundle, these are different blues. So you can still get these and you're not getting repeats of that colour. Okay, so look at all of the, actually this is quite a manly bundle, I think. Lovely, absolutely gorgeous. But anything that you've got creams in, greys in, this is going to work with. Blues, have blues become favourite again? Hey, they have. Oh, Kay's messaged in. Hello, Kay. She says what? Giddy as a goat. You see why I had to just check what she said there. Giddy as a goat. One word, genius. Do you know what? It's not that we are genius, it's what you asked for. So we're just responding to what you asked for. And we have that capability to do that, which is the really lovely thing. So we've listened, you've said more fabric, more tones, bigger amounts of fabric. That's what we've given you. We've given you larger amounts so that you have got ample in your stash. So that when you get those beautiful, beautiful printed fabrics that we want to use sparingly, you can mix them with, this is, look at this, all of that. 5½ metres, NTGC 02, $14.95. That's your blue. Nice. Let's have another look at that green, because that one's rather special too. Here we go. All those greens. So every time you've got a fabric that has florals and a leaf, you can now match it. It's done. It's in there. It's easy. Every time you've got a floral with any kind of pink, you can match it. Done. Now this was most popular. Here we go. Pretty pinks, 5½ metre lengths of our fabulous cottons. Now these are all from Macau. They are all 100% cotton. Everything on this show, fabric-wise today, is 100% cotton. Now here are your purples. Look at these. Beautiful. So your purple's coming in here, again, 5½ metre lengths. Purple's really popular too. You see, go and have a look. Go and have a quick look in your stash. See what fabrics, what colours it is that you tend to go for, which patterned colours you tend to go for, and get the plains that are going to work with that. Then when you make a bag, you've got a lining there. It's all done. $14.95, under £15. But then, this is the special. Now, here we go. This is 2½ metres of Tilda from the Bumblebee range. I just think this material is exquisite. But what we've done, you see those tones within the Tilda, those accents, we've taken those and we've matched them to absolutely your plains. So $24.95. Now this is the other one. This is your ginger and your green. But look at those blues. They are different blues to any in the tonal bundles. So if you're getting the blues and you want extra blues, pop this in. You've got the Tilda that's going to go with it. And it is absolutely exquisite. So if you want, firstly, ample amounts of fabric, if you want that treat of getting that top of the range Tilda fabric in there, but the hard work's been done for you because you've got the plains matched perfectly, so you're not having to squint at your computer screen saying, is that the right tone? No, we've done it. We've matched the tones. Absolutely, it's there for you. $24.95. AMGC 83. Out of the Tildas, which is the favourite? The last one, the ginger one. Hey, nice. Nice. Overall is a pink. Pink is most favourite overall at the moment. Right, next bit of this. So that's my Tilda done. That's my tube ready to go. Can you remind me to make sure I do this the right way up? That would be really lovely. I want to make sure now, I'm going to do my handle. Now, you can interface this if you want, but it is basically, I've folded it in half. And again, these are the tones that I'm getting with my pink Tilda. And then I've just ironed back a little bit there. Okay. Here we go. So I'm just going to stitch down here. Now this is the handle part that I'm doing here. Forward and back there, back, and then just whiz down. Now the reason that I've just ironed back that crease is that when I there we go. When I oh, there we go. Oh, perfect. I love that this machine just cuts it for me. When I fold this inside out, so the right way through, that will help that seam just lie flat. Oh, I forgot to add a bodkin. Now, this is the first time that we've ever done half-metre bundles, and it certainly is the first time that we've half-metre bundled Tilda in with plains. We have never done that for you, but what we heard from you was that you were having difficulty matching the plains. You wanted your Tilda to go further, but you were having difficulty matching the tones on the screen when you were looking at the plains. So we're like, right, that's fine. We can do that for you. We can absolutely do that for you. That's our absolute pleasure to do that for you and just make life easy. So that is exactly what we've done. And that's how the Tilda tones, as we like to say it, was developed. Now, the most popular today has been the pink tones. I think a lot of you, because you absolutely love your florals, this is a perfect one to add into that stash. Absolutely perfect. Pop it in there, and then you've got it, haven't you? You've absolutely got it. Perfect. $14.95. Pop it in your basket. And next most popular is purple. Do you know what? That surprises me. I thought it was going to go blue next. Purple's next. But of course it works with the pinks, doesn't it? Works beautifully. Absolutely gorgeous. Do it. KLGC 74. There you go. $14.95. 5 half-metre strips of fabric for less than £15. Nice. Do you want to go and have a look at them again? Who said that? Producer Paul? Lisa? Oh, Lisa says that she's had these solids before. She's bought them off our website, I think, as just the plain solids. And she said they wash an absolute treat. Really easy to use. These are 100% cotton. You can wash them. They're from Macawa, and they are absolutely fab. So if you're after these plains, let's go back out and have another look. Come on. Treat yourself, because we can. Which one? Purples? Okay. So the purples are most popular at the moment, which is why I'm going to come in here with the purples. Look at, oh, second most favourite, sorry. Look at these. So you've got your lavender shades, your lilac shades, but you've also got this one in there as well. It's kind of got like a reddy base to it. Beautiful. So you've got those purples that have got the red tones, you've got the purples with the blue tones in there. They're all mixed in there. Really lovely. $14.95 KLGC 74. Half a metre of each. Now, do remember to check out your baskets, because I'll be completely honest, although you've been asking for these, we didn't know how popular they were going to be. So we have we've cut a certain number of these bundles for you, and what we've got. Okay, so do make sure you check out your bundle if you check out your baskets if you're after these bundles. Check out your bundles and check out your baskets with your bundles in it. So this is your greens. So take a look at all of your different florals and see which greens. You're going to have so many different tones of green. It's lovely to have this array. You've got fresh spring greens in there. You've got, there you go, that's a nice muted one. That's going to work with creams and whites. But then you've got that Christmassy green in there. And then you've got, oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Almost an emerald in there as well. And then that is a good leaf. That's a good one to have. It's a good leaf colour. Unbelievable, says our producer. All of this under £15. So any block colours that you want, any block bundle that you see on the show today, $14.95. Just incredible value. So we've got greens, we've got purples, we've got pinks, we've got blues. Which one's next? Pink. Pink, pink, pink. Here we go. Now, 5 different colours in there for you. gorgeous. I'm going to go with this bright one under here. Let's go with that. You get all 5, all ½ meters. If you cannot envisage what a ½ meter looks like, let me just show you. Here we go. Because sometimes, you know, you might, oh, I work in yards, don't know what a ½ meter looks like. That's what ½ meter is. 5 lots of that. It's a lot of material. For under £15. £14.95 for all of that. 5 of these. 5 of these. It's fab, isn't it? ZXGC98. Fab. Love it. Love it. I'm so thrilled that we could do this. So thrilled. So there are your pinks there. Gorgeous. Now, here we go. You said to us, but we want Tilda. We want lots of Tilda. We've brought you lots of Tilda. We've brought you a ½ meter. Here we go. This is the one that I've used in my project. So, all of that. Beautiful. That's just one of the 2 Tildas. Look at the bumblebee in there. Absolutely exquisite. This is a beautiful regal range. But you're also going to get another ½ meter of Tilda. Happy days, happy Sunday. Whoop, whoop. There we go. This makes me happy. This makes me so happy. All of this Tilda. You've got 4 cushion fronts. Beautiful. KVGC62. Here we go. So, you've got all of that, all of this beautiful Tilda, and to go with that, ½ meter of each of these. A ½ meter of that yellow, a ½ meter of that ivory cream, a ½ meter of that green. And this is why we've done it. Because, look, we've got that yellow in there. That yellow is there. That cream, that ivory, it's in there. So those 2 work beautifully with that. And then when you get the pink involved, the pink, here it is. Again, we've got that cream, that ivory cream there. And you've got that green. Pink and green, just beautiful together. And that's why we've put this bundle together. So all ½ meters. All of these are ½ meters. All the fabric on the show today in this hour cuts to a ½ meter for you. That's that much. That much of Tilda. Look at that. ½ meter of that and a ½ meter of each of these colours. Beautiful. Now, let's show you the other Tilda bundle that we've got for you. And it's got that beautiful green in there. And it's got that ginger. Absolutely gorgeous. But here, we've got a little bit different because we've gone tonal with these. Look. So we've gone for a darker colour there, which just works beautifully. Which then, if you want to work with this, there you go. If you want to match that colour exactly, it's there. Obviously that cream is in there. That goes across all of those. Just works beautifully. But I love that these tonally work. Then you've got that crispness of that cream. And then you've got that luscious Tilda fabric in there. In ½ meters. Just fabulous. All for under £25. Just incredible. AMGC83. Awesome. Oh, I've got to finish off my doorstopper. Hang on. Right. So that's my handle done. Now, with the top bit, I've reinforced it just with a little bit of interfacing. This is 10 centimetres plus a centimetre for your seam allowance. And do you know what? I've cut it really, really roughly there. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to tack over the top my handle. Now, it's already got that halfway mark on there from where I ironed it with the seams open. I'm just going to fold that in half and match that half and half Can you see those two halves there together? So, and I'm just going to put a little close to the edge, just a quick stitch down there. This just helps reinforce. You're going to end up putting in about a kilo, maybe a kilo and a half of stuffing. So the handle does need to be nice and solid. That's why I'm doing the stitching twice. Again, this side, match your half and your half, then just whiz down that side. Again, making sure it's nice and close to the edge so that actually when you come to do your normal seam, you won't actually see it. It's just a different layer in there. There we go. Here we go. So I made, this is my third door stopper. I did 2 bags. One of them was fully lined, 2 bags, and I did, oh, here we go, they're the bags. And let me show you. So one of them was fully lined. The other one, here we go. This is just out of the one bundle. This is out of your £24.95 bundle that's on your screen. And I still had loads left over. Do you want to show, shall I show you the bag? So this is the bag. Look how that yellow just works. Isn't it gorgeous? It's just my little shopper. And so I've got that yellow, contrasting yellow there. I still had loads of the Tilda left over, which is the main body of the bag. And then I've done an interfacing again in that yellow. So that, I've got that one. And I made this bag. They're going to see me coming, aren't they, on the Saturday down the market. Fill up my bags. Now this one I lined with the cream, with the ivory in there as well. But I also picked one of the pink out of the tonals. So you see, I mixed that through with it. So yes, I got the green and I got the cream, but look, here's my lining. That came with the green and the Tilda, and the pink came out of the tonal pink bundle. Beautiful. There we go. So for the first time ever, we are selling you Tilda by the ½ metre in a bundle with accompanying plains from Makawa, all 100% cotton, so that you know that your Tilda's going to go further. Absolutely stunning. In ½ metre increments. And we've also put with it 5 different tones. So if you want 5 different tones of your blue, 5 different tones of your pink, 5 different tones of your purple, 5 different tones, blue, green, pink, purple. Yeah, they're all there for you. That's your blue. NTGC02, £14.95 there. Fab. Absolutely fab. This is just everything that you asked for. We're trying to do for you. So this is what you said. You said you wanted tonal, and we said yes, we can do that in larger amounts. We said yes, we can do that too. So that's exactly what we've done for you, and that's how the ½ metre tonal bundles came about for you. Yes, we do them in the fat quarter tonal bundles. Yes, we do that. But sometimes, do you know what? You just need more than a fat quarter. Sometimes you just need that. Now maybe you need the pink. So if you are someone that loves to work with your florals, but actually you don't, you know, you want to, sometimes just putting a plain with a pattern makes that pattern pop. It just makes it all the more gorgeous. And also, do you know what? In the long run, saves you money, because your pattern prints are generally your more expensive. So if you can make those patterns go that bit further, then absolutely do. We're all up for a bit of that. We like to call it frugaling. But there we go. So there's your purple. Again, under £15 for 2.5 metres of fabric. Purple is now the most popular by far. Fab, multi-buyers on the purple. I'm so pleased that you're absolutely loving it. Absolutely loving it. Just brilliant. Just brilliant. I'm so, so pleased. So pleased. Right, hang on. I'm going to go and grab that purple so that you can see it again. Here we go. So, £14.95 gets you all of these. All of these. So, First time we've done this for you, and I'm so excited, and do you know what, I'm so chuffed because it took a little bit of bargaining, but if you want to guarantee, this one is selling so fast. If you want to guarantee that you are getting all 5 of these, please do check out your basket. Can I just say, it doesn't matter how many times you check out your basket today, you will only be charged £2.95 P&P. Our P&P is done per day. This is going to sell out. The purple we're very low now on this quantity. So £14.95, KLGC 74. If everybody checks out their basket that has got the purple in it, then the purple's gone. Okay? And then what we'll have to do is we'll have to put another order in for our guys at the cutting in our warehouse to cut all the more. So it'll be a while until we get this back again. The greens have sold out. Oh my goodness. Do we need to remove those then? Well done if you got the greens. Let's get rid of those because you can't have those anymore. So these are absolutely flying. Please make sure that you absolutely grab these. Which one? Is there any more sellouts? Oh, the tension. If you check out your baskets, then these planes have gone. Do you know what? Congratulations. We've still got some Tilda. We've still got the Tilda now. Not very many though. So busy this hour. Do you know, I am so absolutely thrilled, honestly. The discussions that go on behind the scenes about if we were you, how would we want to buy our fabric? How do you at home want to buy your fabric? And I said, this is it. This is absolutely it. I want that rainbow of colour at home. That's what I want. I want a 1/2 metre. Fat quarters, they're fabulous, don't get me wrong. And, you know, I've got all the books on fat quarter projects and all of that. I've got that and I love them. But sometimes I need more. Sometimes I need a bigger project. I want to do a bigger project. So please check out your baskets because I don't want you to miss out. If you've got it in your basket and you check out now, you will get it. If you leave it much longer, I can't guarantee that you will absolutely get it because, like I say, this has been such a super busy show. And you know what? We will learn from that. So next time that we bring you something like, we'll make sure that we'll bring even more of these. This was an experiment for us. You'd said that this was what you wanted. So we're like, okay, this is what you've asked for. Let's see if it's really what you want. And yeah, hooray, it is exactly what you want. So we will next time bring more, we promise. But for today, this is all the packs that we've got for you. And basically the solid packs pretty much gone. If you check out your basket and it's in your basket, then just do it to make sure that you've got it. You're not incurring any extra P&P. Please make sure you grab it. We've got still some of the Tilda left, but again, this isn't going to last too much longer. This is the sort of thing that I'm talking about. Okay, this was really important to me. I love making home decor. And so I just wanted to bring you something that was useful, functional and beautiful. A doorstopper can be a really boring thing, but when it's filled here and you've got your main Tilda, I don't want to waste Tilda on the base. I don't. I'm frugal. I don't want to. So I put one of my tones on there and then I've matched it with that. And then, of course, you can see it's all come out of this bundle here. It's all from there. There we go. It's all in there. And I put lavender in there. It smells delicious, by the way. That's my little top tip for you. Do you know what? Actually, if you're going for the Tilda bundle, then this is a great book to grab because you've got lots of different projects. So if you've got all of this Tilda material, you can get going with these. Absolutely gorgeous. So £7.95. You've got your springtime gifts in there. You've got all sorts of Tilda things to get going with. NOGQ 75. Now, the next time, here we go. The next one. This is your Seaside Ideas, and I just wanted to show you because I've got this one here. So you see the whales. We've got the whales on the show. We've got the whales on the show there, having a whale of a time. And I just, look, so if you want to just put an accent of Tilda in something, now this is £7.95, really beautiful. But you see, there's no reason that you can't make that. Use your Tilda pattern fabric and then do your different accented colours through there. Brilliant. There we go. Fab. Isn't that just a really pretty, pretty book? Gorgeous. Now you see, you could do the whales in the different tones. Having a whale of a time. £7.95. ZSGQ 25. Beautiful. Now, a lot of you going for the ginger tones here. Here we go. Now, at the moment, we do still have stock of this. I'm sorry if you've missed out on the tones. Kind of sorry, not sorry. I'm sorry that you've missed out, but I'm not sorry because it means that we're on the right track and we're bringing you what you want. So next time, we'll know to bring you more. And so I'm sorry if you've missed out this time. We will. It means that we will bring it back for you. But if you're after an absolute treat this Sunday, then grab yourself a whole metre of Tilda, half a metre of the ginger, half a metre of the green, and then a half metre of your cream, and a half a metre of these. All of this, 2.5 metres for under £25. A metre of Tilda in there for under £25. 2.5 metres of fabric, a metre of that is Tilda for under £25. Incredible value. AMGC 83. Now, I've got a few minutes. How much more of my bag can I do? Can I do a little bit more? Yeah. So, what I've done here is just pinned my top around. So where I made those little snips, can you see? It just means that I can ease around that corner. So I'm just going to whiz around there as quickly as I can, obviously being careful. Obviously. There we go. Let me pop that under there. Line that up. And you see, this is where I'll end up going over that handle again. So that point that I marked with my pen, I go to there, forwards and back, just to reinforce, and then all the way down to my next mark. So I'm going mark to mark that I marked on my fabric. There's my mark. Needle down, pick it up, and spin it around. Make sure you get the bag of the fabric out of the way. You don't want to be going over that. Line that up again. So it just takes a little bit of rearranging, but it's absolutely worth it. Make sure, hang on, I've gone a little bit too far, so I will just lift up. Is that the one? There we go. So, have a little look at what I'm making. There we go. Well, I shouldn't have taken that pin out too soon. So, this is with your Tilda fabric, and you are getting 5.5 metres. 2 lots of Tilda, and then 3 planes in there, which is just fab. And this was really important for us. We wanted to do that so much for you, so that you absolutely got... Well, it just means that you can get the most out of every project that you do, which is just fab. And that's really important to us. It's value for money, isn't it? It's because we know that it's difficult to match the colour tones on a screen. We know that you're buying on the internet, and we appreciate that. So it's just, how can we make your life easier? And with all of this fabric, I had loads left over. So I started off, I made the 2 bags first. One of them is fully lined, but I did use a little bit of the pink just because I couldn't resist. And then this is my 3rd doorstopper, and I still have plenty left over. In fact, I should, and that's silly of me, isn't it? I should have brought in the amount that I had left over so that you could see. Soz. Okay, I'm not sure I'm going to get this finished this hour. But thank you ever so much for getting in touch. If you've got in touch this hour, thank you very much for your messages. Even if we don't get a chance to read them out during the show, we do read them after. So thank you ever so much for that. Much appreciated. Now, if you'd like to have a look at the website and you're not quite sure, you're like, how's everyone getting in touch? How's that happening? Here, this is how it's happening. It's happening here. So underneath where the show is on live, there's the web chat. And then below that is where you can buy everything that you've seen on the shows. Or if you want to email the studio, you can do so. That's everything that we've seen today. And we've even got a sewing machine on there for you. If you're in need of a sewing machine, we've got that sorted for you as well. There you go. Fab. Okay, so that's my handle. You can see my handle is now in there, nestling at the bottom. So you would just repeat. Now, I've gone for 2 layers of the green here just to reinforce, because like I say, it's going to have an awful lot of material on there. And again, come in a centimetre and put in your mark. A centimetre and mark. Centimetre and mark. I'm just doing this by eye. Centimetres are what I work. You know how some people can judge an inch? I can judge a centimetre. There we go. And then again, I would pin that mark to mark. So there's my mark there. I'm not going to get this done. Leave space on one side for bagging out. Just pin it in there. So basically what you'll be doing is sewing along a straight line there. And if you want to do it just straight line by straight line, do it. Now, again, we apologise that so many of these fabrics have sold out for you today, but on the plus side, it is the first time that we've brought you half-metre bundles to wear like this. And well done on joining us on a Sunday morning and getting them if you got them. What it means is that we'll know to bring more next time. So, you know, we are only a month old. And if we know that this is what you want, then we can fill that demand, absolutely. It is worth saying, just check out the website as well, because all of the tones that you've seen on the show today are all available by the half metre on the website. So if you're after a certain shade, they are all, I think we've got over 60 different shades of your plains from your Makawa on the website. I think they work out about £3.45 or something a metre. Check out the website, they're on there. We've done the hard work for you today and bundled them in half metres for less than £15, which is incredible value. So you really are getting great value for money there. That was the most cost-effective way for you to grab them today. Do check out the website though if you're after meters and meters and meters of it, then it's all on there for you as well. Next time we'll know to bring you more. If you're after the Tilda, we've got a little bit of that left, so do grab that. It's again great value for money because we've put it in a bundle for you. Check out your basket though so that you're not disappointed. Coming up next, dun dun dun, part 2 of our skirt with Rebecca Reid with some beautiful Joel Dewberry fabric. So stay tuned because we've got all of that still to come. And of course, we've got the Colour Me In fabric from Michael Miller coming up at 11 o'clock. So don't miss out on that. Thank you very much for joining me. If you're making the doorstopper, fill it with a bit of rice or lentils, and I will see you in just one moment. Here at the Sewing Quarter, we want to bring our viewers the best and most exciting opportunities to learn and expand your knowledge. To help do this, we will be bringing in some of the leading industry experts in sewing and quilting to help guide our viewers along the way. Such as Jennifer Taylor, Samantha Claridge, Lucy Brennan, Jo Carter, Angela Atwood, Karen Lewis, Rebecca Reid, and finally Jenny Fox Proverbs, who is the senior editor of Today's Quilter and Love Patchwork and Quilting magazines.
My name is Rebecca and I'm the technical editor of Simply Sewing magazine. I've been sewing forever. My mum taught me to sew, my grandma, my aunties, and then, 25 years ago I was lucky enough to get a job on one of the sewing magazines. It was a cross-stitch magazine, and ever since then I've worked on all sewing magazines, cross-stitch, embroidery, patchwork, quilting. Now I work on Simply Sewing and we specialise in home sewing and dressmaking, and my job and my hobby are both very interlinked. I think at the moment my favourite thing is I like refashioning and upcycling. I like to buy a cheap cardigan and take all the buttons off and sew some new ones on and maybe put a little frill around the bottom, or buy a dress that doesn't quite fit perfectly and lengthen it or shorten it. So that's probably, at the moment, my favourite thing. The best thing I was ever told is that there are no stitch police. So it only has to be perfect for you and no one else. No one's ever going to come and look at your work and go, your stitches are the wrong size, it's wrong this. As long as it's good enough for you, it's good enough. Well, I've been working for Immediate Media for 18 months now, and they're a great company to work for. They look after us. It's a lovely place to work, they're kind, and it's inspirational. There's always somewhere you can go and something you can do. My job changes all the time. A lot of people think, oh, I tried sewing at school, I wasn't very good at it. Or they buy something and think, oh, it doesn't quite fit, I just want to take it up, and then they never do. And I'm hoping by watching this, they'll see, actually, this is easy, because quite often friends of mine will say, how do you make that? How do you do this? And as soon as I show them, they go, oh, wow, oh, it's that easy. But I think there's this sort of hidden world that people think sewing is impossible and unachievable, and it, hopefully, with the Sewing Quarter, will show people that it isn't. There's something about sewing is you can get lost in the moment. You know, you have all the stresses and strains of life and what you do, but when you go home and you sew, whether it's in front of the TV or in front of your sewing machine, you don't think about anything else and you just get lost in it, and that's a really nice thing.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter. I'm absolutely thrilled to be back with part 2 of our skirt that we started at 8 o'clock, which means that Rebecca Reid is here, our technical director. Is that right? Editor. I'll get it right. Technical editor of Simply Sew. I'm making you director of the company.
No, that's good.
I'm giving you a promotion
great.
on a Sunday.
Do I get the pay rise?
I don't know.
No, probably not. Never mind.
£2.50 a packet of nuts?
Yeah. Lovely.
There you go. Can't promise that either, I'm afraid. Now, at 11 o'clock, don't forget, we've got our Michael Miller Colour Me In fabric coming up. So if you fancy that zen that you get, only an hour to go until that. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, I can only apologise. We've got this coming up in an hour. Anybody used to watch Vic and Bob? How many owls? 2 owls. No, just me, okay. So anyway, we're making this skirt this hour. Gorgeous fabric. You might be looking at that going, wow, love that. You wouldn't be alone, because it's gorgeous. And it's gorgeous because it is Joel Dewberry. Nice. It is absolutely stunning. And we've got lots of his fabrics by the half metre. Hurrah for the half metre. This is the Lichen. This is from the Flora range. £6.95. EMRW 96. This is a lovely springtime green. Really beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. I like. We've got lots of different fabrics for you today. And you know what, actually, looking at our rail of fabrics, if from the last hour you were lucky enough to get the tonal bundles, of course it's going to work.
Yeah, well, we'll do work all together really well. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello
Welcome
again.
Back.
Hello.
Did you have a nice little sit down? Relax?
Yeah, did. Yeah, coffee, little pan of raisin. Nice. Lovely.
Very civilised.
Yes, it's really civilised, isn't it?
Very civilised. You obviously didn't get that around here.
No, I didn't.
No,
I did buy that last night.
Good job.
In the station. So.
Organised.
Lovely. Feel a lot better now. So we can crack on with our skirt.
Yeah. This is what I love about Rebecca. None of this chit chat. We get on with making the skirt.
Get on with the skirt.
Yeah, get on with it. What are we doing?
Well, in the first part, we made one skirt, and we're now going to with a zip.
Yep.
And the pattern that you can buy today comes in 2 variations. In the first hour, we made this one, which has a wider front panel and then narrower side panels.
It's slimming, isn't it?
Slimming,
Takes a couple of inches off the old hips.
Because you have a darker fabric down the edges. In the same pattern pack, there are the pieces, separate pieces, to make this one in the middle, which has one panel down the middle and then separate ones on the edge. But what we're going to do is this version, which uses the same fabric for all the panels.
And that's what the green is.
And then they're rejoined together, so you get that nice change in pattern. Rather than it just being one plain piece or one plain pattern, it just gives you that little change in the middle. And what you can do is, the way that I've made it on on the model over there is I've used the same fabric, but you could use 2 different fabrics.
Nice.
You could mix some of the ones that we've got for you to choose today.
Do you know what this reminds me of?
What?
It reminds me of a rather expensive catalogue company that are renowned for their rather bright colours that begins with a B.
I know the one, yes. And I have some skirts like that. All you need to do is put a bit of rickrack across the bottom.
Yeah.
Bit of rickrack, a little bit of embroidery, some felt circles.
And it looks like you spent a fortune.
I know.
Without spending a fortune.
Yes.
Perfect. So if you are after that beautiful green fabric, that lichen fabric, it's £6.95 per half a metre. Now, that's going to mean, I'm thinking, with the panels and everything else, we're looking at under 2 metres of fabric.
Yeah, I mean, on the pattern pack, it will tell you exactly how much you need.
Depending on your size.
Depending on your size and the width of fabric. If you buy this fabric, this is on the pattern, it'll tell you it's a 45-inch width, so that's the one you need to check on the back of your pattern.
Nice. Right. We put in a zip last time. We left off with the lining.
Yeah. So
What are we doing now?
Well, I'm going to start at the beginning for any of you who didn't see the last bit. So
you mean anyone that sleeps in beyond 8 o'clock
has only
on a
just
Sunday
turned
morning?
the telly on.
Horror.
So you start off by working out how much fabric you buy, buying it, opening your pattern. All the instructions are inside about exactly what pieces to cut out and how to do it. So I'm assuming we've now got to the point where you've cut all your pieces out.
Okay.
So for this pattern, you have
something a bit scrumptious.
A side. So the model that I've made is in the lichen. This is in orchid, which is another fabric that you can buy. I love this one. It's really I like the background colour. You could wear a plain top this colour with it, or you could pick out
in there.
The grey would look really lovely with it. A white.
I've got a little vest top in that colour.
Yeah,
actually.
there's a lot of colours in this.
What size are we making this in?
Yes, you can have one. Yeah, I've only got this one part made though, so you'll have to finish it off yourself.
A bit breezy.
But you can buy this fabric to make it, or you can buy the other one, or any of the other ones. Yes, this one would be.
If I get it made from you, though.
Yes, that's true.
£6.85. You at home will obviously have to make this yourself. Actually, as will I, because this is only going to be
I have made a little bit more of it than this. I'll show you in a minute.
So this is your side panel. You've got 2 side panels, effectively, haven't you, in the centre strip?
Yes, that's right. So this here is the back. The back is in 2 pieces, and the front is in 1 piece once assembled.
Okay.
Made from 3, but will be 1. And what you have to do is you've got to join this round here, which looks like it's not going to fit.
Well,
but it does because of the curve.
Okay.
So I showed you last time how to do this, but I just wanted to just repeat it in case anyone didn't watch at 8 o'clock.
Yes.
So what you do
sleeping.
to start with is on the curved piece here, you work a line of stay stitching, which is a line of machine stitching, work just a little bit, a few millimetres within the seam allowance.
Can we see that?
To stop the fabric stretching and shifting out of shape.
So this is your. Thank you for doing that in a contrasting thread. That's your stay stitch.
And it shows.
That's a new term I've learnt today.
Well, it's keys to make it stay. And on the pattern, it tells you, there are little notches on the pattern that tells you exactly where to do that line, so you don't have to just work that out for yourself.
It's not no guesswork.
No guesswork at all.
That's what I'm realising.
And all the instructions are in the pack, so you'll know what to do. Perfect. So once you've done your stay stitching, clip the fabric.
Yes.
Just a little bit apart, which is about 1 centimetre, up to the stay stitching and not beyond. If by accident you clip through the stay stitching, don't worry, but don't go beyond it, otherwise you'll see it in the seam.
It's not the end of the world, is it?
No, but it will be if you go any further than that.
That will be the end of the
world. Now you need to pin it together. So start off by pinning the bottom edge. So what we're going to do is pin our anchor points, which is there, because the bottom of the skirt clearly needs to match up. There's a little notch in here. And there's a little notch in here.
Yeah, match those.
Match your notches.
Is this your kind of fabric?
Yes, I really love this. Really bright and cheerful.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
And it's a really nice weight fabric as well.
Joel Dewberry is he's a graphic designer as well as being an incredible artist and worker of fabrics. 2nd out of 7 children.
Wow.
I know. His mother's an artist as well. He comes from that kind of family.
I like the choice of colours.
Yeah,
well.
but you can see that he's a graphic designer in here.
It just works,
really
doesn't it? See, I'm not sure if I had to choose colours whether I'd put all these together, but now they are together.
There's no way I would.
I think, that works.
But look at it. Absolutely gorgeous. When we think of Joel Dewberry, the word that always comes up is vibrant. Now, you see, I'd have that as a cushion. Look at that. Gorgeous. With a navy back.
Yeah, it's really
Beautiful.
It's a lovely colour.
When you see that big pattern repeat, absolutely gorgeous, which lends itself to something like a skirt, of course, because then you actually get to see it.
Yeah, and you know, it'd work really well on a dress. If you made a dress with a plain top, this would look lovely as
What
the
about
bottom.
a maxi dress out of that?
Ooh, very nice. So now look, I've pinned this bit and this bit.
Yes.
Now I'm going to pin my little notchy curves.
What's it?
So if you splay them, it's a technical word, splay them out like this, then it fits.
Yay!
Magic.
So you've just got to make sure that you get raw edge to raw edge.
Yeah, those just got to match. Doesn't matter about the rest of it as long as that matches. And then pin just on your line of stay stitching.
Nice.
Because the most important thing is when you sew, you will sew inside this line,
Right.
but you mustn't have any
Okay.
fabric pleated
No.
as you're sewing. But as you're sewing, you'll hold it flat, and that won't happen.
Thank
So
you very much to Kathy.
I'm going to quickly
and
sew that up.
Claire, for your messages. Thank
Kathy
you
and
very
Claire.
much. Kathy and Claire.
Jackie.
Jackie and Claire.
No, don't remember Kathy and Claire problem page, Jackie magazine.
What's that?
Oh my
How
God,
do you know? You haven't got Paul talking in your ear. That's
Don't you remember
Have I
Kathy and
misheard
Claire?
that? Kathy and Claire, hello. Good morning to you. Well done in joining us. 10:10 this morning. You see, that's a respectable time on a Sunday.
Yeah, not 5 o'clock.
I have to say, I did giggle this morning when I looked on social media, and my friend Kate and her husband Dave have just had a little baby boy. Congratulations! And I think it's the first time that I've ever seen Kate on social media at 4 o'clock in the morning. I thought, yeah, get used to that with a new baby. So we're coming on the inside of those stay stitches.
We're keeping the raw edge of the fabric up against the 1.5 centimetre or 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. And because we worked our stay stitching just within that, then it stays that. But just make sure as you're going round that it does.
Now, you are a speedy stitcher, but I notice you've slowed down to really make sure you're not getting any pleats.
I said I don't want any pleats because you'll see them on the other side. So you just ease it. Put the needle down, turn the fabric round a bit, flatten it out.
Yeah.
And then just whittle round.
These are the terms that I'm starting to hear now that we're bringing more dressmaking shows, is ease and all these sorts of things. I'm adding stay stitching now into my
now you know about
my glossary.
Mostly used on necklines,
right? Okay.
To stabilise them because they don't stretch when you're putting it on and off your head. But curves, that's what they're used for, because when you cut fabric straight, it's on the straight of the grain of the fabric. It doesn't stretch really out of shape, but when you cut it on the bias, which is 45 degrees to the straight edge, it starts stretching. And so you want to stop that happening on curved seams, which hence the stay stitching. Anyway, look at that, all the way down to the bottom.
Beautiful. I'm loving the coral in this fabric. It's just beautiful.
Go backwards and forwards a bit, and then
we're going to have a look at this fabric in just a moment.
Yeah, I just want to show you, before you press it and turn it inside out, finish the edges to stop them fraying.
Do you want this pin out?
Oh, yeah, I'll take that out. God, I can't believe I must have sewn through there. Didn't even see it. That was bad. Always take your pins out and never sew over them.
Do you know, actually, designers vary in pins. Well, I like to call it pin gate.
Oh, what? As whether you sew over them?
Yeah, some just go, meh, sew over it.
Well,
and I was taught that at school.
Well, I have sewn over them before, and if you put them in horizontally, mostly you won't stitch through them. But very occasionally, your needle will catch the pin at an angle and you break it. And if you don't mind breaking your needles and replacing them, that's fine. And most of the time it won't happen, but it does.
Do you know, one of our designers said the other day that you should change your needle every 8 hours.
Yes, you should, and I do.
Do you?
Yeah, because if you've got a problem with your sewing machine, if it's not sewing straight, if the tension's all wrong, the first thing to do, you know, like you sort of check all these things, is change your needle.
So it's like with the computer, turn it off and on again.
Soft reboot.
Yeah.
Turn it off on the wall.
I'm glad you come from the same school of internet and
yes, but if you called it a soft reboot, it sounds good, doesn't it? So the first thing you should do is change your needle, because that will mess up your tension. If that doesn't work, then get your manual out and you'll probably have to change the tension.
See, the first thing I do is rethread.
Clean your sewing machine.
What?
Regularly. Get all the fluff out.
You're a hard master.
Well, that messes it up. And, you know, and if all else fails, take it to the shop and get it serviced and it will all be fine. But the number of people I know who say, oh, I can't use my sewing machine because it's gone all wrong. Well, sort it out. Sort it out. It's easy. Right, anyway.
Welcome to our no-nonsense.
No nonsense. But the first
Just get
thing...
it sorted so you can sew.
So is change your needle. because if you've got a blunt needle, it does skip stitches.
So my philosophy has been that every now and then I might break it on a pin. It's probably time to change it anyway.
Yeah, just change it. If you make something new, change it.
Don't do as I do. Do as Rebecca does.
Just buy them in packs.
Yes.
And use different types of needles. You know, always have a jeans needle. Never just have a normal needle. Because if you're going through several layers, a jeans needle won't break.
Okay.
It's just easy, isn't it?
Okay.
So I've cut the edges with.
Technical, isn't it?
Slash director. No, that's why I have broken many needles, and now I know.
I just listened to the advice and sort it out. Now we're making today a beautiful Vogue skirt. Ooh, lovely. This is the second variation. This is the Joel Dewberry fabric, which we're going to go and have a look at. Oh, hello, £6.95 per half a metre there. This is the Orchid. We will look at these in just one moment. JPRW09. Now, you just need to...
I just need to tell you about, I've cut the edges with pinking shears to stop it fraying. You can work a machine zigzag, but this is quicker and I like the way it looks.
Nice.
So then press the seam open and then you will have, a beautiful curve. Okay.
You know what? I'm going to give you that, and I'm going to go
show the fabrics, and I'll give it a good pressing.
Because
loves
it. Which one first? Which? Top right. This one, or your right, or my right? This one. This one. It's all right. Here we go. Look at this. Oh, nice. This is your bouquet. Look at that. Oh, hello. If you've just woken up. Wow, you've just woken up. Look at that. That will wake you up.
Oh, I love that.
It's gorgeous. The richness, the depth of colour in here. It almost looks screen printed in parts, doesn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. £6.95 per half a metre. Now this is where you need this, honestly, or on a maxi dress or something where you can really see that pattern repeat. I know I've turned pretty much every piece of material into a sarong today, but I'm not sarong obsessed, although I would like a hot holiday where I require many a sarong. But you can just see that. I'm also slightly obsessed with maxi dresses because I can never get them long enough. So just imagine that as a maxi dress. That'd be amazing. Yeah. Oh yeah, nice. Or actually, a little tea dress. That'd be nice as well, sort of 1950s tea dress. What do you reckon?
Yes, it'd be really lovely.
Very pretty. But basically it's gorgeous and it should be in your stash. XNRW05 at £6.95 for a half a metre. You decide how many half metres you wish. You are in control, you are in charge. There we go. Nice. Tulip me up, says producer Paul. Ooh. Look at that. This is the poppy tulip. It's pretty, isn't it? Whoosh, look at that. This is beautiful, 100% cotton. Nice tight weave in it, but look how it falls. Look at the softness. This is Joel, all of these are Joel Dewberry this hour, which means that we're looking at top designer, top quality, beautiful, beautiful fabrics. They're a joy to work with. They move so beautifully. So if you are into your dressmaking, this is why we bring it to you by the half metre, so that if you're into your dressmaking, then you can absolutely buy as much as you need to for your patterns. That's why we do it. But of course, any home decor. Imagine Roman blinds with that. Yeah. Nice. Very nice. But of course, if that's not the colourway that you're after today, let me show you another. Because I got that too. Whoop. No, I haven't. I've just dropped it. No one saw. It's fine. No one was watching. Here we go. La 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 la. Nice. Nice. Dark pair of jeans. With a top with that. Isn't that lovely? I like that a lot, actually. I really like that. A little summer top out of that. Beautiful. Dark pair of jeans or a denim skirt. Job done. Get that summer wardrobe started now. Yeah. It's just the right weight of fabric for it. £6.95 again. This is your tulip in orchid. They all sound fabulous, don't they? It's like walking into a florist's. I never know the names, but when I'm told them, I'm always really impressed. Which one next? Which one? Let's have a look. Ooh, looks a bit Byzantine, doesn't it, this one? It's nice. What's this one called? It's like Moroccan tiles, isn't it? Oh, we're going trellis. Well, that works too. Do you know this is my summer holiday wardrobe?
It is. You just need to start sewing now.
I just need to start sewing it,
and it'll all be ready then.
And not just looking at it. Love this. Love this. This with a black bikini or black swimwear.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Really beautiful. $6.95. This is your love it. Look at that. You'll see a theme here. All of these Joel Dewberry materials are $6.95 per half a metre. Beautiful. Love that. Really lovely. Last one to look at. It's kind. You see, you've got your trellis for the flowers to grow up. Then you've got your beautiful florals that we've got in here. But then you see, this has been so in this style of fabric, hasn't it? This is your herringbone, but it kind of looks like leaf veins.
Yeah. Well, it's part of the whole flora thing, isn't it?
Yeah, that flora fauna.
And the colours are the same in each one.
Lovely. I like it. The colour's actually called Poppy in this. Nice. I like it. I like it a lot. It's pretty, isn't it? Really pretty. Oh, pop it in your basket. $6.95. CXRW 17. Awesome. Awesome. There we go. That's what that one's looking like. Grab it. Now then, this here skirt that we're making.
Right, well, I've now pressed the seam open.
Yes.
I'll show you on that side.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So, lovely curve.
Yep.
Works well.
Yep.
And there's the back of your, one half of the back of your skirt.
Nice.
Okay, so...
Oh, this material.
Yes,
I love it.
Here's one I made earlier.
Oh, well done, yeah.
Here's one I made earlier. So, when you've joined together the two... I'll show you the front first. Once you've joined together the front piece, which I've already done, I'm going to show you that side because you can see better the join.
It's just like the other, but back to front.
Yeah. And so, from the front, what happens is here's the... It just changes the pattern slightly. Gives it a bit more movement. When you cut it out, have a think about it.
That's your central strip through there.
The pattern pieces, if you've never seen a dress pattern before, are transparent. So what you can do is this piece here. Okay. Put that on your fabric and think, now where do I want, if you've got large elements, if you're using a big print like that, think, where do I want that to be? And then when I have that one, where do I want that to be? So what I did is I wanted these circles on these pieces to be in a line.
They are.
So
by Jove, she's only done it.
And because they're transparent,
you can see.
Do it that way.
Perfect.
So that's the front.
Yes.
And then I showed you I'd made one of the backs there. You make two backs exactly the same, but clearly one's the mirror image of the other, but the pattern explains all of that. And then you join them together with a little zip. Now, if you were watching at 8 o'clock, I showed
Firstly,
you...
well done for being up.
Firstly, well done for being up as
Sunday.
early as I was. You put the zip in. So
nice.
I'll just talk you very quickly through what you do.
This is kind of where we left off on our 8 o'clock show. We got as far as doing the zip and sewing down the sides.
Yeah. So very quickly, you sew these two pieces together, the two back pieces, from the point that's marked on the pattern to the bottom, and then you sew from that point above with a long tacking stitch. Put the zip face down on top, sew all the way around, undo the tacking stitches.
Yes.
Da-da-da-dum. And then you have a zip.
Now, if you want that in more detail, do check out our 8 o'clock show again. You can either watch it on the website again after our 12 o'clock show is finished, or you can look on YouTube and we will upload it onto YouTube, and then you can fast forward, rewind, and diddle-a-diddle-a-da.
And then you can see exactly how it's done. Yeah. But we're not going to do that now because we're going to do something else. So when you've made your back and your front as so, you then pin them together down the sides to join them up. Now this is the point at which, where I explained earlier, you can adjust it to fit. So stitch them together just using a tacking stitch on your machine because it's easier to unpick, and then try it on. Is it a bit too baggy at the hips and a bit, and at the waist, or would it benefit from just being let out a little bit around your bottom and in at the waist?
I've always been a funny size. I'm nearly 6 foot tall, and trying to find clothes to fit, nightmare, absolute nightmare. And then towards the end of my teens, I discovered a shop in Leamington near where I lived that only brought in one of each size of whatever design they had in, and they would fit it to you. So you couldn't take it away straight away.
Oh, wow.
They would then fit it, send it off to their seamstress, and then when you picked it up a week later, it fitted you perfectly. And the number of compliments I got whenever I wore anything from that shop, because it was effectively tailor-made.
Yes, it fitted.
It fit perfectly. And that's what you're getting when you use a pattern, when you can do all of these. And this is the pattern today, $12.95. And that's the effect that you're getting. You're getting tailor-made to you,
and
which means it's perfect.
If you're not really sure, when you look at the pattern, you think, I don't know really what size I am. My waist is that, and my hips are that. Well, I'm not sure. Cut it out and make it one size bigger, because you can adjust it then to fit. You've got more room to play with, and obviously it's easier to take something in, make it smaller, than it is to let it out and make it bigger, because you might run out. So if you think, I've got
to fit into it.
Well, I've got 14 hips, but I've got a 12 waist, not sure. Make it in a 14.
Yeah.
And then take the waist in to fit a 12. And it is really easy to do, because you just put it on, pin it, think, does that fit? Say that I need to take it in a centimetre all round, and then just re-sew the seam.
And, the thing is, if this then becomes your favourite skirt, say something happens,
then you'll
have a baby.
know next time.
Well, but say then you have a baby and your shape changes all over again, because that happens, then...
Yeah.
It's fine, because you can just make it again.
So I've
new measurements.
Pinned it. I'm just going to sew these seams so that we can go on to the next stage.
Forward and back, just to hold it, and then down.
Don't put the pins in your mouth, because it's really dangerous.
This is habit, isn't it?
Have you ever met anyone who sews who doesn't have a mouth full of pins?
No, of course.
No, never. One day, but I have never.
And then the phone rings.
I have never swallowed a pin, but I do think sometimes, especially when you get about 10 in there.
Oh, no, don't do that.
One day I am going, but I never have. But don't put them in your mouth.
Don't do it. And then,
Health
and
and safety. It's just when you're in a rush, you think, I'll just.
That is the crazy world that we live in, isn't it? Having to remind people not to swallow pins.
Yeah, do not swallow pins.
It's not good for you.
It will be your own fault if you die. Right.
So forward and back again at the beginning and the end.
Yeah, this stops the seam coming undone.
So we've got a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance.
Which is 5/8 of an inch. So some sewing machines are marked on the foot plate in centimetres, and some are marked in inches.
Okay.
So just sew to your foot plate and your machine.
Okay.
Some people, for a long time I always sewed in inches, but you have to buy fabric in metres, so it was always really confusing. And now I've got a new machine. My new machine is marked in centimetres. So
really?
So I now
Happy days.
sew in centimetres.
It is one of those funny things, isn't it? Because if you're a quilter, then generally things come in inches.
Yeah.
Unless you get things from America, sometimes they come in centimetres. But if you're a dressmaker, so many patterns come in centimetres. It's very confusing.
Well, it depends. In America, everything is done in imperial, so all their patterns and everything are marked in imperial. But in Europe, it's all in metric.
Oh, it's that way around, isn't it?
So when we sell in Simply Sewing, in the instructions, I write everything in centimetres, but I always put the inch conversions in for our US readers or anyone who fancies.
Yeah.
Anyway, so there we go. I have now sewn at the seams.
Yes.
Again, I'm not going to do that now, but neaten the edges with your pinking shears or with a machine zigzag.
If you've just joined us, we're making a Vogue skirt. Rebecca Reid, editor.
Technical editor.
Sorry. Of Simply Sewing is here to tell us what's what in the wonderful world of skirt making. That's what we're making, but we're making it in a different colour. Wow,
so there's your skirt.
Lovely.
It looks like a skirt.
It does. Quite quickly, nicely, easily, good. But it's a lined skirt.
It is a lined skirt. What we're going to do first is I'm going to show you how to stabilise the waist.
Oh, yeah, no,
remember I told you about that earlier?
Oh, we talked about this, but we didn't get around to it. So if you've got this far in your skirt making, but you need to stabilise that waist, how do we do it?
Right, well, what will happen on the waist is there isn't a facing to stiffen it.
Right.
There is a lining,
okay.
But this could stretch out of shape. Because it's cut on a curve, it will stretch it in different ways.
Right.
So turn your skirt inside out.
Okay.
And you can use various things to stabilise the waist. You can use a bias tape. You can use a bit of selvage off your fabric. You just need a bit of fabric or something to give it a bit of stiffness. The easiest thing to use is a little bit of iron-on interfacing, which I've already cut into a strip.
Hello.
Because that's easier.
Hello, little cheat.
So this is a really simple way to do it. So just anyway, I mean, I think this one is medium. Cut it into a 1 centimetre wide strip.
Right.
Okay, this is the easiest way to do it. And then get your pins and your tape measure. Now, when you sew the seam to join the lining, it will be sewn at 1.5 centimetres, as we always do. This tape measure's rolled inside out.
Is this little cheat in the instructions?
Yes.
It is.
No, it doesn't tell you what to use. It just says, using seam tape, stabilise the edge. Now, I think that's an American term because in England, we use seam tape to finish a seam sometimes. Right. But when I spoke to a lady who works for Simply Sewing, who's a really experienced dressmaker, Angela, and this was her tip.
Right.
Because I've not done this before.
We'll wait and see.
And she has been making dresses forever and ever and ever.
To try it than
and I just thought, well, trying to work out. I mean, and I've made those skirts I've done it with, and I've talked to her, and this is the best thing to use. And she's been making dresses for years.
And this is just an iron-on interfacing, like the iron-on interfacing I had on the last show.
But as I said, you could also use a cotton tape or a bit of bias binding.
Okay.
But
so if you've got a bias binder,
but this is the easiest thing to do. So when you sew the front of the main skirt to the lining, you'll sew it with a 1.5 centimetres, 5/8 is an inch seam allowance. This needs to come in the middle of that seam. So because this is 1 centimetre wide, if you measure 1 centimetre in with your pin here and all the way along, so I imagine I've just measured that all the way along, put that up to the edge of there and iron it in place.
But this is brilliant.
Now 1.5 centimetres is right in the middle of there.
Perfect.
Yeah? When you then sew the two pieces together, the seam will hold it in place. Even though we're going to iron it on, that it always comes off eventually. It holds it in place, and that just tiny thing will just stabilise the edge.
Genius.
So there are various things. You can buy stay tape. There's lots of things you can use. But for most people at home, or if they're only ever going to make this skirt, don't want all that. If you can do it regularly, but this is perfect.
Well, I think, our iron-on interfacing, it's only a couple of pounds, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and I just cut a little strip. And Angela, who makes a lot of the garments for Simply Sewing, she recommended this. And if she says it works, then it's right.
She says it?
Because she knows everything about dressmaking.
There you go. Everything.
Everything.
That's why what's her title then?
Well, she works freelance for us, but she makes a lot of our dresses because she's a dressmaker and she works from home.
Okay.
She's great. She makes most of our sort of projects.
I just didn't know if we could, give her a promotion as we've already made you technical director
she is our incredibly experienced garment maker.
Okay.
So what you do, I'm not going to do the whole thing because it will take a while, is you do, once you've pinned it on all the way round, just press it into place. Do it gently because you don't want to melt it.
Please use glass-headed pins, not plastic here, because otherwise you will melt them. And that's not good.
And then when you've done that, you can remove the pins, and that stabilised edge is nicely in place.
Hey, perfect. And not so thick that it's going to...
No, it won't add any weight at all.
When bulk or anything
and
like
when
that.
you sew it in place, it will just be inside. Look, if I open that out now, that will just be inside there, just to stabilise
That's
it.
clever.
But again, if you used a cotton tape, some people use the selvages. They cut the selvage off their fabric.
Yeah.
And they use that. Waste not, want not. That's
Absolutely.
Another idea.
Talking of fabric, I'm going to go take a look at it.
Okay.
Come with me. So, most popular is the herringbone. It's this one. Ooh. Tell you what, it's rather lovely, isn't it? It's in the poppy colour, but it's your herringbone, and it's really rather lovely. This is what a metre looks like. Is that a metre? Yeah, that's a metre, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we set it in half-metre increments. Nice. CXRW17. This is from Joel Dewberry. So if you're just joining us, he's an American graphic designer. But actually, do you know what? When I read up about him, what came through time and time again was just how highly revered he was by his peers. Just the way that he puts patterns together, the way he puts colours together, he's really, really well regarded by those he works with. And that's a toughie, that takes a lot. But this is why, just gorgeous colours, fabrics, beautiful, 100% cotton, $6.95 per half a metre. Nice. Which particular tulip would you like to look at? Would you like the orchid one, or would you like the other one? Oh, that one. Oh, okay, let's go with that one. This is, look at this. This is your tulip in orchid. Nice. Oh. Hang on a minute. You know that herringbone? It's got that pink in it. Nice. Very nice. $6.95. That's it. Look at that. Beautiful. Pop it in your basket. I see that with a pair of dark jeans if you're dressmaking with that. Lovely. Beautiful. GXRW37, that's the code to get that, and again, by the half metre. If you are in any way, shape or form confused as to which one to get, because we've got 2 different tulip options on the show, then just give our free phone helpline number 0800 112 4433. You can order from them. You can chat to them. If you want to order, go to option 1. If you want a bit of help with things, go to option 2. There you go. Now, we've got t'other tulip, as it's other commonly known. This is in poppy. Nice. Nice, nice. So this absolutely goes with that herringbone, which is also poppy. Oh yeah, look at that. Hang on, let me get rid of the... Check that out together. Nice. Oh, look, and then hello, lichen at the top there, peeping in. See how all these colours go? Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So any one of these, just give us a call. We can help sort out which one you're going for. This is your orchid in poppy. That is your herringbone in poppy. This is your lichen up here. Absolutely gorgeous. Nice. That's your orchid. Gorgeous. Again, all of these $6.95 per half a metre. Let's go big or go home. This is your bouquet. This is producer Paul's favourite. Don't let that influence you. But of course, this goes beautifully with the orchid poppy tulip that we've seen. So you see, we've got kind of 2 different colourways going on here, haven't we? It's rather lovely. Gorgeous. Really beautiful. I do love that. You've got purples, you've got pinks, you've got... Actually, that's a navy in there, but it looks almost purpley. It's gorgeous. Almost a midnighty navy. It's next to those purples is making it look more purple. Really beautiful. But what you see is, you know the material that we're using today, same colours. And if I move that one out of the way, same colours. You see, so if it's got orchid in the title, then you know they're going to go. If it's got poppy, then you know that the poppy range is going to go. And that's the way it works, you see. Beautiful. And I've just dropped all of those on the floor. Oh well. There we go. I am the messiest.
Right, now I've pressed our interfacing band
Clever.
on all the way round.
Yes.
And we're now going to line the skirt. Now the lining is made in exactly the same way as the main skirt, other than you don't put in the zip.
Right.
Because you only want one zip.
Yes.
So there's the zip. So this is made in the same way, but I'm going to show you a little cheat now, which I discovered whilst making it.
Oh, cheats, more
yes,
cheats. It's full of cheats
well, I
today.
discovered that once you'd joined all these panels together,
Yeah.
you just end up with a flat piece. So the point of it is, it just gives a little bit of movement in the pattern rather than the structure of the skirt.
So does that mean that when you make your lining,
Yes.
You don't have to do all of this.
Well, yes,
business.
and when I made the first skirt, in the first hour I showed you, I'd made the lining properly, so the lining was exactly the same. And then I thought, well, why have I done that? That's mad. So...
Did it tell you in the instructions? Is that
No,
why?
it didn't. No,
it didn't?
No, it told you to make the lining in the same way, so I followed the instructions. But you don't need to have the panels in the lining.
Because it is flat.
And it's quite fiddly and it takes a while to join those curves, which is lovely for the front of the skirt, because you can get a change in pattern and colour.
Yes.
But for the lining, it doesn't matter. So... before you join the front and the back together, place them on top of your lining and just cut around them, which is what I did here. So actually now, look, you see, I've now got a completely plain... my lining is like a plain skirt.
Job done.
Job done, because you don't need all those curves. So if you want, you could use this pattern to just make a plain skirt.
Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Anyway.
Have pattern will make in many, many different ways. That's the joy of having your pattern.
Looking a little creased. But anyway, there's my lining.
Excellent.
So what you need to do now is... this is wrong sides out. You've got to put the lining and the main skirt right sides together. So...
stuff that in there.
Put that in there and...
see, this is where I always have to really think twice with bags. How is that going to work?
Match the seams. Just to be sure, you know, you can see, look, there's the right side.
Yep.
There's the right side.
Yep.
Match the seams and pin them together.
Have you ever done it in the wrong way?
Oh, loads of times.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying match the seams.
Yep.
And when you do it, and before you sew it, just go wrong side, yeah, okay, because it's really annoying when you don't and you have to redo it.
My upside down door stopper.
Oh, gosh, so many times. What did I do the other day? Oh, I was sewing together a cardigan yesterday, one that I'd crocheted, and I sewed it together and I realised I'd sewn it inside out.
No!
How did I do that? And not only that, I'd already put all the buttons on, so I had to unpick all the buttons. And when you sew them on with wool, it's actually quite hard to see. I mean, how stupid.
It happens to the best of us.
And part of me for a moment thought no one will ever notice, and I thought it'd be ridiculous. Of course they will.
Do you know what? No, but to be fair, if you worked anywhere else... apart from within the sewing, knitting, stitching industry, possibly would have done.
No, but I would have for the rest of my life, and I would never been able to wear it. So I had to unpick the thing. Anyway, there you go. So it happens to everyone. So
double check, right sides together, match those seams.
Yes, because it's really annoying to unpick. So pin it together all the way round. When you get to the zip sections. Although you've pressed the edge of your zip section under on the lining, just open it out.
Yeah.
Because you'll do that.
Sure why?
Because when you come to turn the right side out, this is going to fold over the zip and it'll hold it, it'll neaten it.
Oh, okay.
Which I will show you in a minute.
Okay. So pin, pin, pin.
Yeah, because I used... oh, I'll put them in my mouth again. I keep saying, don't put pins in your mouth.
Okay, the next question for you is... why did you choose this fabric when we've got so many? Why did you choose it?
I like it. It's just fun and bright and colourful and joyful. It's raining and it's grey today. So wouldn't it be lovely to wear this skirt?
Joyful.
See, joyful. I like joyful colours.
I would never have guessed from you.
Joyful.
Actually, this is right up your street, isn't it?
It is actually, yes.
A bit of Joel in your life.
Yes, exactly.
So we're going to see you in the office in this?
Yes. I don't know if it fits. I haven't tried it on yet because I haven't finished it. So when you've done that, you sew it together all the way around.
Would you do
the edge.
actually talking about fitting? You do the fitting before you do the lining, because otherwise you've got two things to unpick and move around.
So fit the outside of the skirt, and then you'll know what adjustments you need to make to the lining.
I love that green. That is just beautiful and classy and gorgeous. Our most popular one is the herringbone in poppy. Nice, look at that. That's the most popular today, this hour. It's all $6.95 per half a metre. CXRW17. Okay, if you have bought the Joel Dewberry herringbone, this one basically is on screen now, can you message in and tell us what you're going to make with it? I'm really nosy, but I love to know.
I know. Do you know? I never understand in fabric shops when people don't say what you're going to make. If I worked in a fabric shop,
I'd want to know everything.
Wouldn't you say to them what are you going to make?
Yeah, because it's getting that inspiration as well.
And quite often, not all of them, but quite often you go into a fabric shop or something, or you buy 3 meters of this ribbon and 2 meters. Why don't they say what you're making? Because I would.
I'm nosy.
Maybe then, or maybe if you work in it day in day out, you just think, oh, I actually don't care anymore. I don't know, but I think I would ask.
Make whatever you want, love. Don't care. No, but you would.
Well, you would. I mean, I love it when our readers, they put on Facebook or Instagram.
You have a whole gallery, though, don't you?
Well, they put in pictures of things they've made, and we make things, and then they make it in other fabrics, and it's always really great to see how they've sort of interpreted something, things that we would never have thought of.
But that's the joy, isn't it?
And I love seeing that. And I will say, well, how? Or if we have people who write in with questions, I will say, send me a picture of when it's finished.
Yes.
So I don't understand why people...
And actually, that's the really nice thing about social media, is that a lot of you send me pictures, and I really love seeing them, so thank you ever so much for that, by the way. Now, hang on, we're at the zip. What's going on at the zip? We're
sewing. I'll take it out so you can see, because I've got there. And then you'll be able to see it better.
We've got there.
I've got there. You sew... So you remember I've opened this out?
Yes.
The reason this is quite narrow is because I've trimmed it, otherwise it would be normally wider.
Right, let me show.
You sew up to the teeth.
So you've sewn right up to the teeth.
Well, it's not the teeth because the teeth are below that, but you sew up to where the teeth would be.
So you've stopped there?
Yeah, just at the stitching where the zip is sewn in.
Awesome.
Okay.
What's next?
So, now what we're going to do is understitch. New term. You ever done understitching? Well, understitching, if we didn't understitch, I'll show you what would happen. And this is what makes a homemade garment into a professional garment. It's little things like stay stitching and things. Now, if we don't understitch, this lining will keep, however much you press it, the lining will keep rolling over to the front.
Annoying.
Yeah. The other alternative is you can top stitch, which means you sew through both layers.
Right.
But you can see that stitching from the front.
Yes.
And that will hold the line down. But if you don't want to see the stitching from the front, but you want the lining to stay inside, you have to understitch. Okay?
How do we do that?
Well, you turn it this way out.
Yeah.
And you trim the seam a little bit. You don't need to pink it because it's going to be within. So trim the seam down to the edge of this binding,
right,
which is therefore, you about 1 centimetre away. About half. So it's just, you've now got quite a narrow seam.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you press the main fabric over onto the lining.
Right.
So from this side, the main fabric goes over onto the lining. Does that make sense?
No, show me. I've got a message for Donna. Thank you for your message.
Right. So
give us a call on 0800 112 4433 and our help team. Option 2, our help team will be able to help you out.
So pull the main fabric out one way,
right,
and the lining fabric out another way,
yeah,
and then press the main fabric onto the lining fabric.
Oh, just where the seam is?
Yes, just where the seam is. To make absolutely sure that you've pressed it properly,
yeah,
and that you haven't got any little creases. When you've done that all the way around, turn it over and just press it again. But make sure that the main fabric is sitting on top of the lining fabric and not the other way round. Okay? So you do that all the way round, and I'm not going to because that will take a while.
Well, we're running out of time.
And I want to show you how to do this. So when your main fabric is lying on top of your lining fabric,
yes,
you then stitch on top of your lining fabric, not very far away, maybe 3 or 4 mils. So
is it the same as doing a top stitch but underneath?
Yes, it's a top stitch but underneath, but what's important is that you only stitch on the lining,
yes,
and that the main fabric is sitting on top of the lining fabric.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
And then you sew all the way round.
This is one of those moments where I'd have to watch this back again. If you're wanting to watch the show back again, you can do so on YouTube. We will upload them. And I'll say again to Donna, please call our call centre. It says Producer Paul, cryptic messages, because they'll be able to help you there. 0800 112 4433. There you go.
So you sew it all the way along.
Yes.
I mean, if you want, you can. I mean, I've pressed it so I know it's there. And also what I'm doing every now and then is I'm feeling underneath to just make sure it is.
It's all lining in
But
the
you
right way.
could pin it if you wanted. Okay, so I'm not going to sew it all the way round so that we have some time to show you other things. But just enough to show you. Now, there it is.
Ah, so it's there.
It's only on the lining fabric. If we turn it over, that's the line that held that piece of interfacing in. That's the line we've just sewn.
Ah.
So when we turn our skirt right sides out and push the lining inside like that.
There's no rush at home. You take your own time with this. We're doing it because we're rapidly running
Yeah,
out
I
of
just
time
want
again.
to show you what the difference is. Now, this will now sit neatly because it's held there. You won't see any sewing from the right side. If you just press it, you just get a really neat edge, and the lining will just roll to the inside because you've understitched.
So there, that's what you're getting. That's your line of understitching.
Now, you don't have to do that. If this is the first time you've ever made a skirt and you think, oh my God, that sounds so complicated, you don't have to do it. You can just press it and top stitch it. It's just something you want to do.
Rebecca, we've got viewers who are starting out fresh.
Yeah.
That's absolutely great. But we also have a lot of you who do dressmaking to a certain level, and so actually maybe a little tip like this is something they haven't done before. So it's trying to get it for everybody.
You might have read on a pattern understitch. You think, what is that?
I wouldn't know.
But you know,
I'd be scanning the internet to try
Well,
and
I've been
find out.
dressmaking for years, but I still had to phone Angela
Font
to
of all
ask
knowledge.
the fount of all knowledge, who knows everything. What does it mean when they say?
And
you know,
that's it.
And
Demystifying dressmaking here. So if you want to grab your curved seam detail skirts, $12.95. That's for the smaller sizes. So that size 14 is a 28 waist, 38 inch hips. If you're bigger than that, go for the next size up. And here we go, 14 to 22. £12.95, ZKBR06. So that is a 28 inch and larger waist, or 38 and larger hips inches, obviously. And of course the Joel Dewberry fabric. I love that lichen green. I love it, love it, love it. Absolutely love it. Did I mention I love it?
I think so. That is my favourite.
The green.
The lichen.
Beautiful.
I just like the word.
Lichen.
Yeah, because when I saw it, I thought, oh, that's mustard. And then when I read it was lichen, I liked it more.
Oh, really?
You ever find that, though, when they call things a name, you think, oh,
yeah.
It's just a nice name.
Liken's the green, isn't it, that grows on old buildings?
Yes.
It's that.
I used to thought it was called lichen.
Lichen.
Didn't you? I thought it was called that, and then so when it's lichen, I went, oh.
Yeah, no, the only reason I know is because I remember Mum and Dad I don't remember why. I think we moved somewhere that had a sundial in the garden, and they maybe put natural yogurt all over the sundial to get the lichen to grow so that it looked old. Anyway, we digress. This isn't
so what we do now, remember I said to you about why you don't sew that bit in. So a little bit of hand stitching now. You don't want to do this by machine because you'll end up with 2 lines of stitching.
Okay.
Is you've pressed, when you sewed the back seam of the lining together, you press these edges under. So what you do now is you fold that edge over the zip. So you don't get, because that's a bit scratchy.
Yeah, I was wondering about the scratch.
Don't want that, and you don't really want to cut it off.
Okay.
So you fold that over the zip. Can you see? Oh, if I do that, you can see better. Can't you? And then put it here, and then pin it into place. So it just comes. So this folded edge comes just on the line of machine stitching that you put the zip in with.
Oh, nice.
Yeah?
So then you know it's not going to interfere with the teeth and the zipper.
Because you want the lining to be out of the way of the zip, but you want it to cover it so it looks neat and it doesn't catch, etc. So you just pin that on like that, all the way down, and the same on the other side.
Oh,
and then you hand stitch into place.
With just a running stitch?
Just a little slip stitch.
Oh, okay. So then you wouldn't see it.
Yeah, you just, and then as you're sewing it, you sew through the lining into it. Just keep popping over to the other side to make sure your stitches aren't coming through. I mean, they shouldn't do because you'll be sewing into the zip, but just check. You don't want to get to the end and go, oh gosh, there's a line of stitches.
I never appreciated how much effort and detail went into making a skirt look fabulous.
Well, it's just that little finishing touch, isn't it? And then you see once that's sewn into place, and you use a matching thread so you can't see it, that's just a really neat finish.
Nice, very nice. And you've got your own beautiful fabric.
So all you've got left to do now, once you've hand sewn your zip in, is hem it. Now the best thing to do at this stage is try it on, because you might think, oh, that's much too long, or you know, I don't want much of it. So try it on, decide how long you want it.
Is it wrong that I really like that?
Yeah, because
the lining coming down underneath.
Well, you could,
really like
you could do. Well,
so could you do that higher and then?
You could, if you wanted to.
Oh, I quite like that.
But what you do so once you've decided how long you want it to be,
yes,
cut it 2.5 centimetres longer than that.
And that's because do you then fold?
You fold it over. I'll show you. You fold it over by 1 centimetre.
Yeah.
And then by 1.5. Now you can fold it over by however much you want.
Yeah.
You can zigzag the raw edge and then hand stitch that on. The way I just find that 1 centimetre and 1.5 centimetres is not too much that you'll ruin the curve, but just enough so that you've got a bit of weight.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Because then it's gonna fall nicely.
I mean, there's lots of different ways of doing it, and everyone has their own preferred. But that's just the way I do it. When it comes to the lining needs to be a couple of centimetres shorter,
right?
So that it doesn't poke beneath, unless you really specifically want it to. If you don't want it to, cut 2 centimetres off so it's shorter, and then hem it in the same way.
Okay.
Exactly the same way.
That works.
And then it's done. And then if you want to, if you're not at the top of the zip, you could pop a little hook and eye.
We've got those on the show as well.
Yeah, I've got a little packet here. It says in the instructions.
Finishing detail, isn't it?
Just sew a little hook and eye across the top of here. That will just hold the zip in place.
Nice.
You don't need to do it, but it just...
Yeah, but I think if anybody's ever had a day where they've bust their zip, they've been incredibly grateful, especially on a pair of trousers. If there's a little hook
and it just
there.
gives it a little finishing edge.
Yeah.
And so that's your skirt finished. Well,
Beautiful.
It will be when you've sewn that on. So
absolutely gorgeous. So if you're after any of the patterns that we've seen made today on the 8 o'clock show and now this 10 o'clock show, then you can get them for £12.95. If you're after the larger size pattern, so anything above a 28-inch waist, 38-inch hips, go for this pattern, and that's £12.95, code ZKBR06. Go for the other one on the internet if you are smaller than that 28-inch waist. That's going to come up in just one moment. But if you want to make it in exactly the same fabric that we've just seen, that is the Joel Dewberry Bazaar fabric in Orchid. It's beautiful.
It's really lovely, isn't it?
Absolutely beautiful.
And you can see the difference by lining the skirt. I mean, it's hard to show because you can't feel it, but it has a much better weight. And if I show you, with the way it hangs and it flows, if I hadn't lined it, you wouldn't have that feel to it.
It feels professional. It feels really good
and all of
quality.
these things that I've showed you aren't, magic. They're just techniques, aren't they? That just show you how you can easily make a skirt that looks better than something you'd buy.
We're out of time. Thank you so much. You come all the way up from Bristol to show us how to make these skirts. Absolutely fabulous. Technical editor of Simply Sewing. Shows you knows your stuff. Absolutely fab. Thank you so much. I feel like I've learned so much today. Next up, we're colouring in. Change of pace.
Brilliant. Love colouring
Relax. It's a Sunday.
I love colouring in.
Here he is, this little chap. All sorts coming up in just a few moments. But Rebecca, thank you so much. When are you back with us?
I should be back in about 3 weeks, I think. 3 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks.
What are you bringing us?
Hopefully another skirt.
Lovely. We will see you
Different.
then. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Here at the Sewing Quarter, you'll hear us talking about pre-cuts a lot of the time. And I can hear you saying, what's a pre-cut, John? Now, pre-cuts, they're pieces of fabric that have been bundled together, all cut to the same size, usually from complementary fabrics, so you've got a lovely little bundle to take home and start your sewing. Pre-cuts come in all shapes and sizes, but here are a few of the most popular. This is a jelly roll. I love jelly rolls. Now, these are normally 40 strips of fabric They are all 110 by 6.35 centimetres. To you and me, that's 44 inches by 2.5 inches wide. They're normally cut from 8 different fabrics, but look how gorgeous they are. Now, one word of warning. They look beautiful like this. When you cut them open, all the fabric spread everywhere. You'll never, ever be able to put them back together again. This is a charm pack. There are 42 pieces of fabric, 12.7 centimetres by 12.7 centimetres. So basically, it's a 5-inch square. You get so many gorgeous fabrics in a charm pack. You'll find an awful lot of patterns inside a charm pack as well. Another favourite pack is the fat quarter pack. Now these measure 55 centimetres by 50 centimetres, or like me, 22 inches by 20 inches. Now, you normally find lots of different fabrics all bundled together. They're all different colours, all different shapes, but do you know what? Unlike the jelly rolls and unlike the charm packs, the number of pieces of fabric can alter from 2 to 30. Look. Whichever pre-cut you choose, you've just got to remember 2 things. 1, all the fabrics will go so beautifully together. And 2, someone else has done the boring, laborious task of cutting them all out. So it's all about getting on with the sewing, which is what we love here at the Sewing Quarter.
The Sewing Quarter is a new, inspirational sewing and quilting channel here to help educate our viewers with some of the best designers in the business. We hope to bring you some exciting demonstrations with some of the top industry experts. We're part of the Immediate Media family. Immediate Media is a fast-growing multi-platform company who operate some of the most loved brands across the UK. Our brands range from our first TV shopping channel adventure with Jewellery Maker to several successful magazines such as Simply Sewing, Radio Times, BBC Good Food and many more. We've been working incredibly hard to set up and bring you our new exciting channel, and we hope that we can help inspire you with new ideas and projects. Welcome back. Now, our last live hour on a Sunday. Bit of a change of pace. We're slowing things down, very relaxing. It's all about Colour Me In fabric. This is from Michael Miller. Now, this is a company that started out of Michael Steiner's home. They couldn't afford him and Karen Miller, I think. They started the company together, hence the Michael Miller. They took his first name and her surname. So Michael Miller is the name of the company. And when they started the company, they got loans from friends and everything else because they believed in this company that they wanted to set up. They set up working out of his New York apartment. It's Catherine Miller, sorry, not Karen Miller, Catherine Miller. Kathy Miller, there you go, Kathy Miller and Michael Stein or Steiner? Can't remember. Anyway, Michael Steiner. So Michael Steiner, Kathy Miller created Michael Miller. So a beautiful, beautiful way that those two came together because they both had a love of fabric. And what they've brought now is the most incredible fabrics, beautiful designs. If you are someone who likes to colour in, maybe you like to Zentangle, things like that, then this is absolutely perfect for you. Because instead of having a colouring book, we've brought you Colour Me In fabric. We've also brought you the fabric markers to go with it. And I think you're going to love the price because you're getting 20 fabric markers today at a really affordable price of $12.95. So what a great gift. Whether this is to do the colouring in on here or whether it is to just mark your fabrics in or colour things in or personalise or put in names. Yes, these are water-based pens, but as soon as you iron them on, they're colour fast. Fabulous. Absolutely brilliant little pens here. You can wash them at 40 degrees, which is fabulous. You can tumble dry it, and it's double tipped. So you've got a fat marker at the bottom, you've got a detailed one at the top on each of the pens. So we'll take a look at these. We'll take a look in my packet because it saves me opening this one. I've had so much fun with these. Anybody that knows me knows I love to colour. I love the relaxation. It's a big thing for me. So when I saw these fabrics, I was so excited because they are just stunning. And also it gives you the chance to be the designer. So over here we've got my owl. I'm going to grab him. So with my owl, this is the Michael Miller fabric. This is the owl in white. But the beautiful thing is that you can pick out how much you want to colour. You could colour the whole thing in if you wanted. I could have just coloured the owl. I chose to colour the owl and then just the paisley designs just around him. And I stopped at the other owls. They were sort of my stopping point. So it's a big thing. It's a big thing at the moment. Your mindfulness, your colouring in. It's a massive trend, and I love the fact that now we can combine the two. We can combine that with your fabrics. It's a hoot. There he is. And you can see how vibrant these pens are. You can also see that you can get some shading. You can get some depth to the colour, should you wish, or you just colour it flat. Doesn't matter. Either way, completely and utterly up to you. Is he going to stay? Yes. Now let's have a look. The colours are so vibrant, aren't they? They really are fab. £12.95 for the pens, TNCG84, and that's for your textile markers. So if you want to colour in with these fabrics, absolutely go for it. But you can use those textile markers on any of your textiles, basically. Now let's have a look. Let's take a look at the butterflies. I'm going to be colouring these in this hour. Now each of these different Colour Me In fabrics come in two different ways. So you've got them on a white background there. We also have it on a black background, which I'm going to work with today, so you'll get to see the difference. And again, it's completely up to you. This is whether or not you want to have a fabric that means that you can colour in the background, or whether you want the black background to pop. If you... okay, so my top tip to you would be, if you are buying these for kids that are just starting to colour, go for the black background, because it doesn't matter if they go over the edges. But if you want to get that beautiful colouring to the edge, blending your colours, then go for this. It's £8.45 per half a metre, but look at that. So that is your Papillon Paisley Colour Me In. LOEQ57. I want to show you the owls on a background, because I think then you'll start to get an idea of where I'm going with this. So if I show you, I coloured in on the owls on a white background, which meant that I did colour in. So you can see here, I coloured in all that. When I went on the white one, all around there was coloured in. But on the black, you see? So that's what I'm saying. If you've got a child who wants to colour, but they might be a bit wobbly and go over the edges, get the black, because then you can't see it. It doesn't matter. But if you're very intricate and great with your pens, then go for the white. The white is really picky. So there you go. That's your black. These fabrics, absolutely brilliant. We've been really lucky to get hold of these. Now, that's the white background. That's the one that I used. And it's just really lovely, because then you can choose. I love paisleys as well. But look at that. That's if you get a metre of it. That's how much you're getting. Now, for me, I made the cushion, and it was 40 centimetres for the front of my cushion. So I can easily get two cushion fronts out of my half a metre. And then I put an interfacing on the back of it, so that if I wanted to carry on colouring after I'd put the cushion together, I could. You don't have to do that. That was just me. This is fabulous quality cotton anyway. So it doesn't need an interfacing. I just did that so that I could carry on colouring later. There he is. PGEQ59. What a hoot! Colour Me white background. Now, if you are searching on our website, as we did, going, I can't find it, I can't find it. You said you got this Colour Me. Bear in mind that Michael Miller is American, so colour doesn't have a U in if you're searching for it. But otherwise, just drop down on the website underneath the live feed of the show, and it's all on there. Now, let's have a look at the fish. So we've got butterflies, we've got owls, we've also got a fish frenzy for you. Beautiful. Look at that. I mean, just exquisite. This is all about your mindfulness, about chilling out. Beautiful. In fact, I was in someone's bathroom the other day and they had Colour Me in wallpaper. Brilliant. So it is all the rage, colouring and everything. I love the paisley in here. Now, this is perfect for kids. You know, they can now decorate in the same, in whatever colours they want in their own home, for their own bedroom. Absolutely stunning. Now, when we get, you know, we had that gel that turns fabric into oilcloth. When we get that back in stock, imagine having this all coloured in and then made into a pencil case or a wash bag. Fab. $8.45. Just brilliant. Any colour, and it just pops. And also because you can decide how much of it you want to colour. So the black background one is here. I really would just say, if you're going for the black background, it's great for kids. It's great for younger kids that aren't tidy with their colouring. Because the black, you know, you go over it, doesn't matter. Quite oriental in design, this. I like it. I do like. So we've got the black and the white fish. We've got black and white owls. We've got the black and white papillon butterflies. And then we've got the florals. Ooh, it's like a kaleidoscope. In fact, shall I go with the white one? Here we go. Look at that. Wow. Now that's a wow. That is a full-on kaleidoscope of colour that you can add onto there. Now remember, you've got 20 different colours within your textile marker pack. They're water-based, so you can sort of blend the colours together a little bit. I had a go at that, and that does work. Really beautiful. So this is $8.45, and of course, get those fabric pens for your textile markers for £12.95. They're down the bottom of the screen for you. Pop them in. VZEQ47. I'm going to show you those in just a minute. Which one do we want to show next? Oh, the black background. And then we're going to show you. Eek! Eek, eek. Oh, so excited. Honestly, I did a little happy dance around the office when I saw this. I cannot tell you how excited I was. So, there you go. And again, they both give you different effects. So whether you want that black to really make those colours pop, it's entirely up to you. I love this. I love that you can just pick out which bits you want to colour, which bits you want to leave. I think as a design, that's just absolutely beautiful, as it is. But then for you to just be able to bring out a little hint, a little pop of colour here and there, or colour the whole thing in. Why not? Why not? Take your time. This is it, isn't it? This is, I mean, I just sat in front of the TV and had a nice little colour in. Really lovely. But I will warn you, once you start, you're not going to stop. And I'm not going to apologise for that, because it's fab. That's your owl. He's rather brilliant. Now, can we call him Hootie? Yeah. I'm going to colour in the Papillon Paisley in the black. So if I've made a start, but I just wanted to show you, compared here to the owl, can you see the difference having a black background makes? So the black makes the colours pop, but how much more bright you can be with those. So that's the difference. That's why we've got the two options for you, whether you want it on a white background or a black background. Now, let's have a look at these textile markers. This is the thing, isn't it? I couldn't stop with these. These are they. You get 20. And for me, I made just a little slot for them. So I just popped them in here, and then all I did was just colour in using each of those colours under there, so that I knew what the colours looked like when I went for them. It's quite pretty though, isn't it? You can make your pencil case out of this and then carry on colouring it in. So 20 of these. Let me show you one of the nibs. So each pen is like this. You've got a thin nib one end for your detail, and then at the other end you've got a more chiselled nib there. Let me show you these. So that's your detail. So if you want to detail, there you go, let me put that there for you. There you go, that. And then you've got that one there. So that's for colouring in. Do you want to see them in action? Yes! Yes! Oh, exciting. Now I've made a little start. Now, I love colouring, okay, so I just wanted to show you very quickly simple ways to just get some depth here with them. So let me find you a leaf. Let's go with a leaf. Let's go with this leaf here. So you can colour in block, of course you can, but there's absolutely no reason why. For me, I just colour along and then just flick through so that you can get some depth in colour here. And so you can start to get a little bit of shading if you want. You can go in and do darker at the base if you want. And what that gives you is that shaded effect. Now, this is all about just relaxing, taking your time. Maybe you've got a little cup of tea on the go, a glass of wine. But you see, by the end of it, you've got the colours that you want, in the tones that you want. I had so much fun with this. I really enjoyed doing this. When these came up, I didn't want a designer to come on the show. I was like, can I do it? Can I? Pick me. And so they said, yeah, okay, Tash, you can do the show. I was like, thank you very much. And I really enjoyed it. Really loved doing it, to the extent that on my day off, I was frantically colouring in. It's really lovely. So if you're artistic, fabulous. If you're not, just give it a go, because, it takes me back to being a kid and all those gorgeous colouring books. You don't have to block colour everything. You don't have to do that. It really doesn't matter. You do as much or as little as you want. You can, of course, just colour in completely if you want. There's no reason why you can't mix the colours up. You get 20 different colours in here. So lots for you to play with, whether you want to shade it in. And actually, let's do a darker shade on the outside. Can you see, this is the joy of having the black, is that I'm not having to be careful. I do love him. I think it just makes me happy. So if you're working with the black background as opposed to the white, with the white you have to be careful not to go over the edges, but with the black, you can go over the edges. You don't have to be fussy. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. And then I'm going to get a different colour for the middle, and I'm going to see if I can blend these through. So if you want to blend them and get more colours and get more shading, you can do that. Look at those. So you can get that effect if you want to do that. Just work with a deeper colour. If you're used to colouring with anything like an alcohol marker, then it's kind of, you can get the same sort of effect. You can get that depth. And you see, if you've gone in with one colour there and you wanted to get even more depth, just get the next colour along and just go in with the detail in there. So you've got, I'm using the detail nib there. You can see that's your detail nib going in with your detail there. So if you want to make it sort of realistic and shaded, then you can do that, or you can just flat colour. It's absolutely up to you. Now these pens are just joyous to use, quite frankly. Let's go in here. So detail nib again. Round there. So you just take your time, pick the colours that you love, and you'll soon get to know. Why not make yourself like I did? Because I couldn't resist, just a little pencil case, and then colour in the pencil case so that you really get to know the colours and you know which colour you're reaching for every time. So you can see this pen, it's just that detail tip going in there. Lovely, like that. If I go around and just finish off those. Now you can go as slowly. If I tell you the owl took me 3 hours, and I just took my time, that's 3 hours of colouring. Nice. So the background fabric there is £8.45. That one is the Colour Me in white background, £8.45. But that is less. Well, it's about £4 worth of fabric there, because that's 40 centimetres. Because that's your 16-inch cushion pad. We'll use 40 centimetres out of that half a metre. Brilliant. Love it. Love it. Now the fabric markers, super popular today. I'm so pleased. I was so excited to bring them to air for you. Great as a gift. But you know what? If you're maybe making a gift, if you've got your kids and you want them to make something for grandparents, why not get them some of this? Get them to colour in the fabric, and then if you're the sewist in the house, then you can whiz up a little something. Maybe the kids want to decorate and do their own room, then you can they can colour in the fabric, and then you can, you know. Yeah, do you know what? This is it. You were always brought up not to draw on your home furnishings, but now go for it. So most popular at the moment is the owl on black. Oh, good choice. Good choice. Lovely. Followed by which one? I do love, and these colours, these rich colours that you're getting in this pen pack, absolutely pop. Fab. Look at this. And it just, you then decide which bit you want. Now, I have to tell you, we don't have oodles and oodles and oodles of this Colour Me in fabric. So please do check out your baskets. If you've got it in your basket, please check it out. Again, it's one of those things that we just wanted to make sure that you love it and you love it. So that's great. We can always, well, we can try and get hold of some more. Now, here we go. There's your textile markers, $12.95. Lots of you were following this on social media when I posted this, going, when is it? When is it? Can't wait to see it. And I think, you know, we've really bought these pens in at a really affordable price. If you've bought any other pens before, then you'll know what a great price this truly is. And it's beautiful to work with. It just goes on as any pen onto paper, really. That's the joy of it. We've had a message from Becky. Hello, Becky. Oh, she said it'd be great to make a dress out of it. Yes, absolutely. And the other thing, actually, that I wanted to say is thank you ever so much for your messages on social about this, social media. Some of you said, what about those of us that hand embroider? It's not just colouring, you can hand embroider these as well, which would be absolutely gorgeous. So make sure you check out your baskets. Here we go. And just see how these colours just pop against that black. So I need to warn you, please add them to your baskets and check out ASAP, because we can't guarantee how long these are going to be around. We might sell out of which ones, the pens or the fabric? Well, the pens and the fabric. Okay, so basically, really popular hour. Please make sure that you do check out your baskets. So, you know, grab these pens. $12.95 for pens. You know that that is a fabulous price. I was so excited when I saw. If everybody checks out their baskets that have the pens in their basket, then they will sell out. So please make sure you check out your baskets for that. So you can just see how great and vivid these colours are. Now again, because I've got the black background here, I don't have to be careful about that edge there. Okay, it's just that inside edge that I need to be careful with. So actually the black's been quicker to work with, but I've really enjoyed working with both. And I think they give quite a different look, whether you're going for the black or the white backgrounds, and we have them in both, then just enjoy. There we go now. Those pens are going to sell out. Please, if you've got them in your basket, check out so that you're not disappointed. Give us a call if you want to grab them, 0800 112 4433. Let's go and have another look at that fabric. Come with me. Step this way. Right, let's have a look at these flowers. Ooh. Now, let's have a look at the flowers on the black. I think this is... Okay, so we are now getting low on stock on all the fabric as well. So I'm really sorry about that. Do you know what? Once we saw the social media interest in this, you know, we knew that this was going to be a busy show. But that's great because it means that we can bring it back. And we get to play with more things. But this is your Michael Miller's Floral Fantasy colour. Kaleidoscopic in its design. Absolutely gorgeous. We've got that on a black background and on a white background as well. You choose KUEQ 90. Now give us a call, 0800 112 4433. That's it on a black background. Do you want to see it on a white? Oh. You know how I've been going on about, because every time I go to fold up a fabric, it ends up looking like a sarong. Hello, holidays. You go to the beach, you're relaxing, and you're colouring your sarong at the same time. Amazing. That's my holiday sorted. That makes me so happy. Right, stop talking, find the white one. Sorry. There we go. Here we go. Whoop. There we go, now then. Different feel with the white. I think it's, the black is incredibly striking. The white allows the colours to come through in a really pretty way. Really pretty way. We apologise if there's a little bit of a wait on the phone lines. You're not being charged for it. 0800 112 4433 is our free phone number. So if you are waiting, apologies for that. Nobody likes to wait, but at least you're not being charged for it. So we will get to you as soon as we can. Again, so popular, which we're thrilled with. Absolutely thrilled with, but just sorry if you've been inconvenienced with a little bit of a wait. So this is your Michael Miller Floral Fantasy Colour Me in fabric. Half a metre of this, £8.45. Now, if you think Mr. Owl took me, and I'm just going to grab him, 3 hours to colour that, okay? So just think how long it's going to take you to do a half a metre. This is 40 centimetres. And of course, you know, you get that. Now the owls have now sold out. So well done if you got the owls. Oh my goodness. Please give us a call and make sure that you're getting all of these because, you know, they are going so fast. Now, I made a cushion out of him. And so, you know how 2 hours ago we bought you solids? Now these are on their own. We should have bundled them actually, shouldn't we, if we thought about it? But here we go. Let's start with this lovely slate here. This is your charcoal. Not slate, it's charcoal. We're selling this by the half metre. This is 100% cotton. And this is... There you go, that's what it looks like. But it works, doesn't it? It works with the black and the white. And then it just really means that your colours can fly with this. £3.25 per half a metre. BSMY 39. So that is your charcoal. Grey's really in as well. When they asked me, when I was putting the show together, and our buyer said, well, what colour do you want to back your cushion in? And I said, I want to go with a grey, because I'm hoping that that cushion might come home and go in Freddie's bedroom, and he's got greys in his bedroom. So I went with this, and this is the lighter grey. Is that the slate? That's the slate. That's the one that I've used. And it's just a nice midway tone. So if you are, because I did the owl on the white background, so if you're working with any of the white backgrounds, it's just a softer, lighter grey to work with. So this is your slate, £3.25 per half a metre. That's going to do your cushion backs easy. Really easy. Lovely. QLMY 48 is your code for that. Now, some of you might want to give colouring a go with your fabric markers by yourselves. So we also put in just a bright white, just a plain bright white. So you can be the designer, and you can then colour, design. Maybe Zentangling is your thing, then why not get that marker and do your own designs. And if you've got those marker pens, those textile markers, then you can absolutely go with your optical white there. 325 QKMY01, and then just the black. So if you're going with something like, have all the owls sold out, or just on the white? We're not sure. Okay. Let's have a look at the fish frenzy. You see, I would go, maybe put the black back if you're doing cushions or something. With that, I used a black just to do the binding around my pencil case. Looks really lovely. So there you go. If you want the solid black, there it is. And that's £3.25. IPMY08 for the black, and that's per half a metre. Fab. There we go. Now, let's have a look. Now, I chose with the back of my cushion, this is the slate. So you can just see it's just a lovely soft grey. This is a 16-inch cushion pad that we've also got on the show for you. So here we go. This is the 16-inch cushion pad here. In there. We've got that £5.95. TUGQ69. Shall I whip up this cushion? I've got loads of time. Let's whip up a quick cushion. So, and we've got threads to go with all of this as well. So if you're after, this is great, isn't it? This is your stock black and white. This is your Gutermann thread. You've got 7 in here. 100 metres for £9.95. PTGQ69. And again, this is going to work perfectly with this project. Absolutely perfectly. PTGQ69, £9.95 for all of those. And this, so black and white, plain old black and white, but it's what we need, isn't it? It's from Gutermann as well, so great quality thread. Now, shall I just take my butterflies to one side? This I cut 40 centimetres square, okay? Your 16-inch cushion pad is 40 centimetres. So 16 inches or 40 centimetres, whichever you like, all the way around. Oh, can I just finish that flower just around the edge there? Sorry, it just gets you like that. You just have to kind of... if you want the pens, can I just say please check out your basket, because I can't guarantee that you'll get them unless you check out now. They've gone ridiculously quickly. £12.95. And we had a big stock of those as well. So well done on getting those. And you see, you don't have to, like I say, you don't have to block colour everything in. My mum has beautiful roses in her garden, which just have the tips. So please check out your baskets. I don't want anyone being disappointed. If you've just tuned in, and you're, oh no, I've missed out, we will get them in and we will let you know. Okay, you have to realise we are just a month old. here at the Sewing Quarter. So we're still learning what you love and what you don't. So we will make sure that next time we bring it to where we bring oodles in for you. But we really apologise if you've missed out. But if you haven't missed out, then this is the sort of thing that you can be doing. So you see, it just brings that to life. Really lovely. So TNCG84. Apologies again if you're in the queue. We will get to you as soon as we possibly can. Okay. Now let's make a cushion. So when you've coloured in as much or as little as you want, when I did this cushion, I actually put an interfacing on the back because I wasn't sure if I'd finished colouring him in. So if you want to interface, then you absolutely can. To set the fabric pens, you iron it. You iron it. All the instructions are on the pens. You just iron it, and that will make sure that that colour is then colour fast. Now, once you've coloured in as much or as little as you want of that, sometimes it's nice to just highlight little bits. Maybe you want to do the whole thing, or just a little bit here, a little bit there. It's up to you. I like to have an envelope back on my cushion. Now this is the slate. It's a soft grey. It's £3.25 per half a metre. Okay? And half a metre will do a cushion back. Okay? So, and that's with ample. I mean, you can see the top of that. I've done this 30 centimetres by 40. So each of these here, my 2 envelope backs. Here we go. Each of these 40 centimetres. That's going to go down the length of my butterflies. There you go. You can see that's going to go down there. That's going to go the length. And then 30 centimetres, for me, it just means I've got that great overlap. I know that our cushion pads are nice and plump, so I don't want, it's like having a bare middle. I don't want a bare middle, so I always probably overdo the overlap a little bit, but that's 30 centimetres. Then when I've done, I don't want raw edges, so iron out, fold over, maybe just over half a centimetre, and then fold again and iron. And I'm just going to stitch down there. It just means that I can wash these. With the fabric markers, you can wash them once you've set them with that iron at 40 degrees. So I'm just going to whiz down there for you. Ooh. Let's have a look. Let's check my stitch and everything on here. And here we go. There we go. Forwards and back, just to hold it. Here we go. Now, thank you very much for all your messages this hour. If you are stuck in a queue, I'm so sorry, but if you can get hold of it, then it will absolutely be worth it. Oh, hello, I've come unthreaded. Hello. That one. Where did I come unthreaded? Threaded at the top. Let's just see. Now then. Ooh, this is the first time I've had to thread this machine. So the slate, I went with because it's nice and soft. But if you're after a deeper one, then we've got the charcoal as well. So it is completely personal preference as to which one you go for. Just bear with me while I just re-thread my machine here. Each of our machines are different, and I'm still learning which one has what feet. Here we go. Now then, how does this automatic threader work? And how do I do that? Oh, there we go. Do you know what? We'll get Amy to thread that so I can show you the material. So let's have a look at these. So this is your slate, QLMY 48. There's that one. And that's just really soft. But also, bear in mind, I've also got the black. Here we go. Let's have them handed in, and then I'll have them. If you want to, if you've got the markers, and you want to colour in yourself, maybe you've got your own designs that you want to do, go for it. Then that is your optical white. It's a really bright white, isn't it? This is really going to make those colours pop. So that's £3.25 per half metre, but that is a seriously bright white. Hi Dan, by the way. your message didn't come through. Can you resend it? Oh, okay. Okay, so Dan, if you sent us a message and you sent us on web chat, it's got a certain number of characters. So can you just email it instead? And that's to studio@sewingquarter.com. And then we'll get that message. We only got a little bit of it. We didn't get all of it. Okay. Right. Okay. I've got a variety. Now, I chose these because they really work so well with the Colour Me In fabrics. So if you're going for one of the Colour Me In fabrics that has a black background, then it kind of makes sense to go with the black. And this is it. So this is the black. And again, all of these solids from Macara, 100% cotton, IPMY 08. And that's £3.25 for half a metre of that. A half a metre will easily do you a cushion back. Easy. Now, that's your black. Maybe you want something a little lighter. Let's go with charcoal. Here we go. This is just a great colour to have in your stash anyway. Grey's really in this season. Really fab. And if you want a half metre of that. Hello, Amy. Our floor manager's just come in. While I show these fabrics, could you just yeah, thank you. She's good. Come on in. And oh, she's getting all shy. There we go. I'll stand over there. There we go. That is your charcoal. And with the slate you've already seen. So you've got a variety. You've got that bright white, the black, the charcoal, which is the deeper grey, and then you've got that lighter slate grey as well. You've got all of them. So let's have a look on the website. So if you're new to us, hello, welcome. Here we are. If you're looking to where to go for what, then underneath the live feed of the show, underneath message the studio, please bear in mind that if you're messaging lots and lots and lots, it's better to email, which is studio@sewingquarter.com. Everything that you've seen today is down underneath the live feed for the show. There you go, those beautiful jog dewberries that we had last hour, the gorgeous Tilda bundles, it's all there. Fab. We've also got the sewing machine. There it is, 449. That's not this one that I'm using this hour. That was the one that we had last hour, which is good. And let me just check. Whoop. Here we go. So, there we go. Everything there on the website for you. And just do take a little look. Now remember, if you wanted any patterns today, do check out the website there. It's all there. And off you go. But, of course, we are, let me see, have I got, yeah, we're all good to go. We're making a cushion back. We've rethreaded the machine. We're good to go. And off we go. So just stitch down that side, and that will just make sure, because I've got a raw edge that I've just turned over and turned over again, which means that you can throw your cushion covers in the wash, and it's absolutely fine. Go back on the stitches. And this machine's fab. It does its own little cutting thing, which I like. So if anybody missed out, I'm really sorry. We will just make sure next time that we bring more for you. You know, we are only a month old. We are still gauging how much to bring. And when you love something, my goodness, you absolutely love it. And you really go for it, which is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But in this instance has meant that a few of you have missed out, and I'm really sorry about that. Next time we will bring more, I promise. So well done if you managed to get hold of it. Congratulations. You're going to be having some lovely times. And but apologies again to anyone that either wasn't quick enough or just missed out. I'm really sorry about that. But please do give us a call. If it's in your basket, please check out, because I don't want you, again, I don't want any disappointed people if you think it's in your basket. Please do give us a call. It is free, so even if you have to wait a little bit, you're not incurring any extra charges because it is all free. So that's the joy of it. So thank you ever so much for shopping with us today. Lots of you getting all sorts of goodies, which is just fab. Right, so right sides together. Here we go. So there we go. Right sides together. There it goes. On there. Now again, this is the slate that I'm working with here. Now I have to get this around the right way, because when my machine unthreaded, I've got a little bobbly bit and I can't bother to unpick that. I think if I, yeah, that's right. If I do it that way, then that will be the underside one, and I can get away with it, I think. Is that right? Have I got that around the right way? Yes, I think so. If not, I'll regret that. Here we go. Right, let's pin these into place. And again, you know, these are just quick, easy cushions. Where there's where it overlaps, I just pin that and just make sure that I'm absolutely holding that. So I just pin corners and where there's an overlap. Here we go. Now, I use the pinking shears for two reasons, really. Firstly, when I cut my fabric, I snip the end and then I rip it, which means that there is always a little fray. So I'll always then go in, but it means that I've got it absolutely straight. So then I go in with my pinking shears afterwards and make sure that I then won't get any further fray. So for me, the rip technique with the fabric, snip and rip, means that I'm absolutely going along the grain of the fabric, but it also means that there is a fray. So it just means that I then go in with my pinking shears, and they are invaluable. The Fiskars are unbelievable. Check these out. Absolutely fab. If you want these, Fiskars, of course, started in the 1600s. In Fiskar, that's actually a place, Fiskars. And they've just been going ever since. They really know their blades. Fabulous. Get the best you can afford. We have a variety on the website. These are top quality, top notch, $39.95. A bit of a treat for yourself, but they are going to absolutely last. They are brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. We've had a message. Hello. From Chrissy. Hello, Chrissy. Could you use the textile markers to ink stamp and stamp on fabric? Okay, so they are a water-based ink. So I would, hang on, I'm just trying to think. So depends what sort of a stamp you're using. If it's a silicone type stamp where you need something like an alcohol ink that isn't going to pool, then no. But what I would say is try it. On the packet it says they take 6 hours to dry. Okay, but give them a go. If you're using wooden ones, then just try it. Just give it a go. There's no reason why not. You've got the thicker nib, so you can give that a go. But you can always go in with the detailed nib afterwards. So I haven't tried it, is the honest answer. But do try it. I'll try it when I get home, and then I'll let you know. So apologies to anybody that has missed out today. I hate that. But it's bittersweet, isn't it? Because I'm then absolutely thrilled for anyone that has got hold of everything. That makes me really happy, because you're going to have a fabulous time with these. But for anybody that missed out, apologies for that. We will bring more next time. And I think, when the show has been this popular, we will bring it back, maybe with a few differences, maybe with a few different quirks, but we will definitely bring it back. Now, I tend to go back a little bit, back and forward with my stitching in the corners just to reinforce. Needle down, lift up the foot and spin. And I'm just using this corner of my foot here just as my guide. And as I go along, taking those pins out so I don't pin myself. Here we go. Now, these block fabrics, do you know, it's just been a day for it, hasn't it? Block fabrics, really popular this hour as well. which is fab. So they're £3.25 per half a metre. Now these particular cushion backs are 30 centimetres by 40 centimetres for each piece. So you can get that out of your half metre. Take those pins out as I go. And then, thank you ever so much for joining us on your Sunday. We're into our last live hour. Gosh, we've had a busy few shows. Really busy. So lovely to have your company on a Sunday. Thank you ever so much for joining us. And tell us what you're going to be making, or what you are making today. Because I know a lot of you love to have a little sew on a Sunday. You know, it's your treat, isn't it? It's your day off. And it's a sewing Sunday. Time to relax. Maybe have a nice roast dinner. That's what I'm hoping for when I get home. So Stephen, if you're watching, get that oven on. Here we go. Spin it around. Now here you can just see, just on the edge here, where I rip my fabric, where I nip and rip to get, can you see that? It frayed a bit, so that's why I've pinked, so that's not going to fray anymore. That now won't fray anymore. That's brilliant. That's done. As is my cushion, pretty much. This is my last straight. Fab. So a really quick, easy make. And then you've got those vibrant colours and fabulous patterns. Perfect as a piece of decor. Or message in if you've got other ideas as to how you can use these and what you're going to be making with them. I know a lot of you said that you would be embroidering these designs as well as colouring them in. Why not? There you go. Now. There we go. Okay. Just mitre these corners, just take any bulk off. And then we'll turn it through and see how it's looking like. Now, of course, we put the blacks, the whites and the greys in so that you could absolutely pick which ones you wanted. And that is one cushion. Shall I fill it with a cushion pad, make it look lovely? Yeah. Now, £5.95 for your cushion pad. P&P, just worth a note to say it's by the day. Yes, I got that right around. There we go. So again, cushion, done. If you want to carry on colouring it, just put an interfacing behind it. Here's my cushion pad. So £5.95 for your cushion pad. They're all on the website. Nice and spongy, as a cushion should be. I hate limp cushions. It's no good. So there's your cushion pad, lovely. And because I've done a generous envelope, you're not going to see it. So for me, when you put in a cushion, it's really important to fill those corners. So right into the corner there. Let's get in there. And because this is a 16-inch pad, the fabric that I start off with is 16 inches. So the front in the Colour Me In fabric was 16 inches or 40 centimetres, whichever way around you work. Here we go. And this is why I've chosen the greys, because it's just going to work and it looks fab and it doesn't detract. But do you know what? There's nothing to stop you from going on the website. If you've got a favourite colour that you know you're going to be using, there you go, nice juicy cushion. There you go. Lovely, isn't it? Really lovely. There. So that's what I've been doing today. What have you been doing today? Let's pop those up there. And then let's go and have a look at those backing fabrics, because a lot of you are going for those. So come with me. Come with me. Now, the optical, just brilliant. It is the brightest white that we've brought you to wear to date. So It is crisp, it's fresh, it's modern, and absolutely brilliant. So whether you're using it as a backing, as a lining, or whether you're using your textile markers that you just bought to colour in yourself, then this is a great base place to start. Absolutely brilliant. £3.25, QKMY01. That's your code for that. And that is absolutely excellent. This is... all of these solids, all of our solids are from Makawa. Take a look at the website actually, because on there you'll see over 60 solid plain fabrics, and they're all Makawa. Okay, so it's all on the website here. If you go up to the top, and then if you go into shop, and then you've got plain fabric by length at the bottom of the fabric bit, just above the magazine patterns and books. And when you go into that, look at that. They're there. So maybe you've got this colour me in fabric and you're going, yeah, but I want this colour to go with my room, or I know I'm going to be maybe using that. You've got all of these plains. Now, sometimes we bundled them, we had them bundled for you earlier, but if you want to go and you want to choose a different colour, then do that. But on today's show, we've got these for you. So we've got the white, we've got the charcoal, we've got the slate, and we've got the black. Which one would you like to look at next? Let's have a look at the charcoal. A nice midway tone for you. So midway between that black and that white. So again, if you're using this with your Colour Me In fabrics, it's going to work an absolute treat. And it just lends itself. It's a lovely soft grey. Soft greys have been really popular over this weekend, actually. So just great for linings. Greys go with so many different colours, and that's the joy of them. That's why with a grey thread, it's often called an invisible thread, or it's used as an invisible thread, because that grey just seems to disappear. So it's just a really handy colour to have in your stash. $3.25, BSNY 39. And of course, it works beautifully with the cushion. Now, there's no reason why you couldn't go for something like the grey. Do your whole cushion out of grey, and then if you've got the Colour Me In fabric, a plique, cut out one of the designs and applique onto it. Nice. Solid black, another really handy one to have in your stash. Whether it's to be used just for your binding, maybe you've got a binding maker, bias binder maker, and black binding, always really handy to have. It's just one to have in the stash, isn't it? It's just really handy to have there. So pop it in that basket. Make sure that you've got it in there. You can see 100% cotton there. That's your black, and it is good solid black there. $3.25 per half a metre. IPMY 08. Lovely. Now, obviously, we've been talking about these colours. We've been talking about your just your shades, your black, white, and your greys. They're handy to have in the stash anytime. But then you need the thread that's going to go with it. So come and have a look. We stock Gutermann threads, and here you've got 7 in here. So that's 700 metres in total. This is 100% polyester, which means you won't get the code on there. Let me take that off. I'll leave it on there. So 3 blacks, 4 whites in there, which just means that you're good to go, aren't you? You've got it all. A German company, polyester thread, of course, super strong and used in so many different projects. So a multifunctional, multi-use thread that you've got here with your Gutermann. There you go. So just handy if you're lacking any blacks. I bought a spool organizer the other day, and I didn't realise just how many blacks I had, because I use them all the time. So really handy to have. And of course your whites. If you're using any pastel colours, white's absolutely great. Any of these projects with the Colour Me In, white is going to work an absolute treat as well. So perfect to have with everything. PTGQ69. Pop it in your basket, $9.95 for your Gutermann threads. If you're calling us today, 0800 112 4433. Sorry if you've experienced a delay, but it is a free phone number, so you won't be being charged. If you're shopping, then you can shop online, sewingquarter.com. And of course, you can shop there 24 hours a day. Our postage is, of course, $2.95 per day. Now, let's show you the web one more time. Everything that you've seen today, once you've logged in, and you're viewing online, then everything that you've seen on the shows today is all under there. It's like a personalised shopping list for everything that we've had on the shows for you today. So you don't have to rummage, you don't have to search, you don't have to remember item codes or anything else. They're all under there. Now, of course, do go and have a rummage through the website and find anything else that you might want. Remember that we are only just over a month old, so we're having new stock added to the website all the time. So maybe you couldn't find it last time, but there's no reason why we might not have added it in this time. That was from our 8 o'clock hour. That's actually 100% cotton, and it's a printed lace design onto cotton, 100% cotton, just amazing. So if you missed the 8 o'clock show, the 8 o'clock and the 10 o'clock show today have been all about dressmaking. So loads of tips and hints from our technical editor from Simply Sewing, our sister magazine. So if she doesn't know, she knows someone that does. So lots and lots of fun today has been had on the show. Thank you so much for joining us all. Oh, there's the sewing machine as well that we had on making in the dressmaking show. There it is, £449 for that. But many, many thanks for joining us. And do you know what? Such busy shows today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for buying with us. If you spent over £10 and it's been your first time buying with us, then you'll get a little free Sewing Quarter sewing kit courtesy of us as a little thank you for shopping with us. We do appreciate your support as we grow here as a company. But thank you ever so much for joining us. John is back in the morning. Lots of fun with him tomorrow. I've got a couple of days off. I'll see you on Wednesday. Bye-bye. Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter!